Yo, what's going on? I'm giving this a test run. That's why I'm going so late because ain't nobody else up. So I'm going up late, man. I'm just giving this a test run, man. Last time I came on, they was breaking up my videos. Peace and love to y'all, man. But it seems like everything is going loud and clear, man. Shout out to my dog, Engineer 9. Y'all already know. Give me 1 minute and then I'll start. All right, mic check. 1, 2. Hold on. What did I let me play? Hold up, y'all, real quick. Hold on. While I'm getting this right, hold on. Let me see if they let me present this. This is how I can find out. All right. Ah, let me put this on the screen real quick so y'all can read. Y'all can be reading this real quick while I the slave rebellion. Hopefully y'all can see that. Let me while I get this shit together real quick. Alright, I'm back. Let me see. Let me make this, man. Hey, man, I hope y'all out there, man. Y'all already know, man. Uh, Peace and love to all of y'all. Quick little bill, late night bill. You know what I'm saying? Y'all already know. If y'all ain't tell nobody out there that y'all love them, man, please tell them that you love them. Somebody, someone, or something because they need it. You know what I mean? Shouts out to the armed forces. Those who already serve, those who serving now, and those who plan to serve. Appreciate y'all. I can walk out my door every day. I can choose to go left or right, choose to go up or down, choose a religion if I want to, and not choose a religion if I want to. And I can choose whether or not I be successful or not in my level of what I call success. Now, your level of being rich and your level of being success might be a little different than mine. You know what I'm talking about? But we got to give it up because we don't worry like how these other third world countries worry, where they're getting forced into things because of rules and regulations, where they're getting forced into the things that they do. We are our own enemy over here. We tell each other what to do, like we the all and be all, rather than saying, yo, to each his own. If that's what you do, then that's what you do. We should be guiding the youth more, telling the youth more like, yo, hold on, man, you sure you want to do that? And quit going at them so on defensive wise, like, man, you shouldn't be doing this. You shouldn't be doing that. I did this and I did that. No, don't go at them like that. Go at them on like, yo, you sure? Yo, what you need? What you want? That's how you get to the youth, y'all. Ask them, what do they need? What do they want? And when they tell you about something, ask them, are you sure about that? And see what kind of explanation they give you. Because sometimes they don't even think it through. When you ask them, are you sure about that? They're going to give you an explanation dealing off emotions. So therefore, you, whether you man or female, got to be the guys to say, you know what? You dealing off emotions right now. You sure? Like, what I'm hearing now is a bunch of feelings. And you got to let them know that. Because if you don't let them know now, then you're going to be letting them know either over the phone when he call it and ask for canteen, or behind that glass when you go to visit, or her. So we got the choice. We decide what we can do. Man, it seems like I can't play nothing. Man, this is crazy. I can't play no music to start. Oh, you know what? Let me see what's up. Let me just go ahead and let me see something. Let's go. That's that. Okay, I can play that. I bet. Let me see if I can blow this up some, man, so y'all can see this. And y'all can search this. The Slave Rebellion website. Huh? Huh? Look how they got the slave looking. Indian that and trying to make them African. Ain't that a bitch? You feel me? But you notice, they don't say the African community, they say the colored community. Come on, let's go. Huh? Of Charleston clung to the assumptions of superiority of white blood and brown complexion. Let's go. Let's go. Listen, man. Yeah, and it's, you know, I'm doing this. Let me see if I can blow this up for y'all some, man. And I'm going to read this definitely, but let me see if I can blow it up some. Make it look a little bigger. Oh, that might be excellent. Huh? That might be excellent. Okay. Give me a second, y'all. I'm going to play this play these songs real quick, and then we're going to get into it, man. Sorry about the visuals. I'm about to see what's going on. And y'all make sure y'all share this out too, man.
until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. Hey man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. Hey man, you know I keep it 100. Every day of my life, man, I gotta stay hunting. That's just how it is when you coming where I'm from. Hey man, I rock my own clothes with my name on my shirt to let everybody know the L is the same and the B is for Blizzle. Yes, I make it snow, but just keep that on the lizzo. My bloodline is filthy, most of us is criminals. The jack of all trades, but the master counting decimals. Sticky situation, so I keep my heat accessible. I'd rather your peeps than my peeps looking pitiful. It's crunch time. Hey man, I do this for y'all. Just in case you didn't know it, man, I die for my dogs. My only fear is counting too much money. The same cats that help me get it might try to take it from me. My deepest fear is goons pulling up beside me, ready to lick shots, pop, pop, and try to blind. I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. Hey man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. Hey man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. Hey man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. Hey man, you know I keep it 100. I came from a family where females were go-getters. Granddad was an alcoholic, grandma was a bootlegger. Hey man, that's where I got my hustle. Plus my Aunt Julia was never scared to bust ya. And Uncle Dan, he was a fool. He didn't care about too much. You smoke, you too. Taught us that drug dealers didn't last too long. That's why I put my all into each and every song. I see death around the corner. Lord knows, where will I be without Joanna? She helps me focus and keep my eyes on the prize. Man, your boy been hunted. Man, I put that on my life. And I'm just trying to live right. I know goons that was killers that committed suicide. One thing's for certain, two things for sure. You can take my breath away, but I'll never sell my soul. And I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. Hey man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. Hey man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. Hey man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. Hey man, you know I keep it 100.
Yeah, man. Y'all see this, man. Slave brothers, man. Either black or white. The saga of American family. Oh, y'all just see that high thing? Alright. Now a beautiful new world of African text. Oh my God. Huh? How they gonna have a slave rebellion but they ain't got a motherfucker dressed like an Indian? Come on, man. Come on, man. Oh, that's they trying to say that's Shaka Zulu. Shaka Zulu had a short spear. Huh? So what's going on? Just to show y'all, dog, how they hide our stuff right in front of our face. Black. Oh, you know what I mean? Oh my God. But you know what? Like Pepsi, fuck that. So y'all want to use black too much and classify this as black, and y'all want to try to keep all the greatness and you try to take yourself from black. Fuck that. Black too. Coming for that too. Because if the mulatto was a black, then we definitely know a goddamn is classified as black. If a mixture of people can be classified as black, then we know the Indian can be classified as black. So let's go. The majority of black slave owners were members of the mulatto class. In some cases, were the sons or daughters of white slave masters. Okay. Sons and daughters. Many of the mulatto slave owners separated themselves from the masters of black people and attempted to establish a caste system based on color, wealth, and free status. According to Martin Delaney, the colored community of Charleston City clung to the assumptions of the superiority of white blood and brown skin complexion. Now, the thing what I will have to say, me being from close in this area, I'm about to pull up some shit after this to show y'all that Charleston was up underneath Negro rule at one point. So now we gonna do these dates. We got to make sure they keeping shit in timeline. Because one thing I notice about these writers, they just be writing about shit and they don't like to put the timelines in place. They say approximately or around or we assume. No, fuck all the assumptions, dog. Especially when we got stuff that can document all the wars we've been through over here. That's the wars give you a timeline and treaties give you a timeline that never been fulfilled. Agreements that all of these things give us a timeline to where we can go against this other information that's coming out that we can say, you know what, man, that shit got some bullshit about it. That timeline don't match. Oh, where was that at? Because a lot of times these people could be talking about a certain place and everybody else will take it like they're talking about the whole goddamn North America. Man, chill out with that. But let's go. These mulattoes of the old black elite. What is an old black elite in South Carolina if they just got out of slavery in 1865 per se? Come on, y'all. So who is the old black elite? And y'all see the link is in the chat. You know what I'm talking about. The link is in the chat. Big Dog Philly OG, my OG. Let me drop the link again. The link is in the chat. Anybody can hit the link, man. You know what I'm saying? For real. But can somebody please tell me who is the black Malik? Old free black Malik. And then it said old free black elite. Huh? Did not attend the church with dark-skinned blacks of Charleston City. Hold up. Hold up. What is going on here? How did the mulattoes of the old black elites didn't attend church with the dark-skinned blacks of Charleston City? So these dark-skinned blacks of Charleston City had to have been free too, right? So let's go. Let's see what they say. They not only form congregations which excluded freedmen of dark complexion, but they only married among other mulattoes, keeping the color in the family. Boy, listen. Somebody say keep it in the family. Say what? This is crazy work. Now, y'all already know how OTK go. Everything that I bring up, I don't agree with. I read through it and I dissect it, and I want everybody else to give give your own opinion about it. You know what I'm saying? But we read everything that we get our hands across, man. We don't just read things that go with us that can back us up. No, we go with things that go against us. And you know what we do once we see these things? We put these dates on them. Right, man, that couldn't have happened. Right? So now, let's see if they start getting into dates. Large number of free blacks owned black slaves. Hold up. Now, we know about the black slave owners. All right? We know that the blacks own black. But you talking about somebody that owned black slaves before 1865? Okay. In numbers disproportionate to their representation in society. According to the federal census in 1830, free blacks owned more than 10,000 slaves in Louisiana, Maryland, South Carolina, and Virginia. The majority of black slave owners lived in Louisiana and planted sugar cane. Sugar cane. God damn. Hold up, y'all. Let me reiterate that. Let me just highlight that for y'all right there. Just that paragraph. You feel me? And hold up. Let me blow it up just a little bit more. Yeah, I had to click back out to make sure. Man, somebody got to do some explaining. So that's why I kept asking people, yo, does Africa mean black? Does black mean a different thing than black to you, or does it mean a complexion? Huh? Because right now, this to me is a complexion thing. When I see free blacks or whatever, or blacks, I'm seeing a complexion right now. This is what they're calling black, a complexion, something that's darker than them who's writing this. You feel me? What y'all think? Do y'all think that that these people are calling other people black and stuff like that? Because that term was pretty much only applied to people over here in North America. Nobody never called nobody black over there in no other country. Nah, they didn't use black. So I mean, am I? You know what I mean? And the one thing I like about this is that they not saying African, they just saying blacks, or they saying colored people, or brown skin complexion. Remember now, let's go. Let me bring y'all right back up now. Right here. All right. According to Martin Delaney, the colored community of Charleston clung to the assumptions of the superiority of white blood and brown complexion. So now they saying that the brown motherfuckers are superior and the white blood now. So now you're dealing with white blood and brown complexion. So now you're dealing with a bloodline, and now you're dealing with a skin tone. See, we got to pay attention to these things that we read. That's why we stand elite, because we dissect and we read more than once so we can get into this shit. If anybody I just read over it just to see if y'all just follow along with it. But nobody paid attention to they come to the assumptions of the superiority of white blood and brown skin complexion. So now they're letting you know a mulatto ain't no white, ain't no African. A mulatto is somebody of white blood and somebody of brown that end up brown complexion. And then it says the colored community, not the African community, not the Afro-American community, if you want to use that term, with your boy Frederick Douglass using Afro, which that was a hairstyle, because that you already know that. Just stop playing. And that was a hairstyle over here. The colored community, they said. So that letting you know that Charleston had multiple colors and they wasn't Africans, bro. Or brothers or sisters. Huh? They attempted to establish a caste system based on color. And not just color, y'all, wealth and free status. So that lets you know that they use a complexion or a race or whatever like that as far as a color. And then they use it for wealth. And they also use that color system for free status. That's the caste system. So that's why the records all fucked up and we got to dissect the records. Huh? And then when you see stuff, the mulattoes are the old free black elite. So the mulattoes are the old free black elites don't mix with the dark-skinned blacks? What the hell? When the dark skin black is what you come from. Get the hell out of here, man. You know what I'm talking about? Man, I'm saying, man, let me put some goddamn music in the background. I ain't gonna lie to you. Let me see. Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna let that play real quick.
She say she only got fucked by a drug dealer, but never felt the real passion of a thug nigga. Baby, I'm a G. Hell yeah, hold it down. Take a chance and you'll see. Man, you know I lock it down. She say she only got fucked by a drug dealer, but never felt the real passion of a thug nigga. Baby, I'm a G. Hell yeah, hold it down. Take a chance and you'll see. Man, you know I lock it down. Man, you know I lock it down. Certified dove. Mix it with some passion, but you call it making love. I only got one night, so baby girl, let's mingle. Feeling like Weezy, little mama, cause I'm single. Let your head down, let your ears jingle. My name is Ellison, like Chris, I get Pringles. You know I hold it down. Baby, I'm a G. Blue Street, baby, lockdown, ENT. You know I keep it 100 every day of my life. Gin and juice got me open. What's your plan for tonight? Baby, we can slide, or maybe we can float. Overdose on L Bliss, all it take is one toke. Whoa. She say she only got fucked by a drug dealer, but never felt the real passion of a thug nigga. Baby, I'm a G. Hell yeah, hold it down. Take a chance and you'll see. Man, you know I lock it down. She say she only got fucked by a drug dealer, but never felt the real passion of a thug nigga. Baby, I'm a G. Hell yeah, hold it down. Take a chance and you'll see. Man, you know I lock it down.
Come fuck with a G. Blow on some trees every coast of the city lights. Alizé, Hennessy for them late nights. Call Jones when your man ain't acting right. All she want is thug nigga who slang that pipe. Let your man be the one to fuss and fight. I'll be that thug, you put it in your life. Sip rosé as you strip to some OJs. Text my phone for pictures of that thing. And how the neighbors already know a nigga name. And telling everybody how you wanna be a man. But baby girl, that was never part of my plan.
She say she only got fucked by a drug dealer, but never felt the real passion of a thug nigga. Baby, I'm a G. Hell yeah, hold it down. Take a chance and you'll see. Man, you know I lock it down. She say she only got fucked by a drug dealer, but never felt the real passion of a thug nigga. Baby, I'm a G. Hell yeah, hold it down. Take a chance and you'll see. Man, you know I lock it down.
You need a thug in your life. You can be a boom gun. I'm the bud, you the wife. Passion and sex like husband and wife. I can make your heart melt like a tub full of ice. Like a tub full of ice. What you come through tonight? We can take flight in my helicopter ride. My helicopter ride. Take it to the other side. Show you a couple sights that you never seen in life. She never seen in life. Experience new things, you don't need to think twice. I can be your man, but that's just for the night. I ain't TIP, but I give you what you like. You can hit me on the phone when you're scratching for the pipe.
Say she only got fucked by a drug dealer, but never felt the real passion of a thug nigga. Baby, I'm a G. Hell yeah, hold it down. Take a chance and you'll see. Man, you know I lock it down. She say she only got fucked by a drug dealer, but never felt the real passion of a thug nigga. Baby, I'm a G. Hell yeah, hold it down. Take a chance and you'll see. Man, you know I lock it down. She say she only got fucked by a drug dealer, but never felt the real passion of a thug nigga. Baby, I'm a G. Hell yeah, hold it down. Take a chance and you'll see. Man, you know I lock it down. She say she only got fucked by a drug dealer, but never felt the real passion of a thug nigga. Baby, I'm a G. Hell yeah, hold it down. Take a chance and you'll see. Man, you know I lock it down.
Man, just a late night bang, man. You know what I mean? I just really check in for a sec to see how the internet was gonna treat me. You know what I'm saying, man? But I was reading.
Trapper of the year, you can tell by my jewels. The more money you get, the better my earth smell. Clientele at a high, but yeah, I'm never comfortable. I can get you everything, even the pharmaceuticals. Call me, make it happen. I can get it affordable. Your third time coming in, you're short, then I work with you. You can say I'm one of the best. Got a few that I can't get with, I roll with the rest. Lockdown, my style is unexplainable. I don't even got swag, I got money and it's spendable. Never come up short, nah, that ain't my blood. You can put that on everything I love. And beyond the shadow of doubt, you can still see my shit when you turn the lights out. Cut them off, but my money stay on. Stay on like a chef apron. I'm a trap star, baby, I always stay moving. It was wrong to me to keep moving, but my money stay on. Stay on like a chef apron. I'm a trap star, baby, I always stay moving. It was wrong to me to keep moving, but my money stay on. I'm a trap star, baby, my money stay on. Me and Gator in the trap, call us Cheech and Chong. Earning on the good again, but still getting fed. Anytime ready to die, I stay ready. Real D-boy, I ain't nothing like these other dudes. I'm a nigga with a motherfucking attitude. Down for whatever, that's whenever. Dirt road niggas and we always been clever. I'll give you prices that you can't refuse. You can put this thing in water and you still won't lose. Word. Plus I got the tab on Lauren. Say perks as I said, she got the cheese that she owe me. Her best friend Colada be chillin' at Club Kai. Xanax introducer, but her real name is Oxy. Bottle popper diva, most gals they can't stand her. She ain't here from Ryan, she came from Old Panama.
Yeah, man, I got a good bit of things to show. You know what I mean? Bits and pieces of things to show because I'm doing it and I'm taking my time with it because I'm gonna start clipping my things up and putting it in shorts and stuff like that. So, you know what I mean? I start to just do a recording of this, but I said, nah, man, I might as well do it live. Ain't nobody else was doing nothing. Man, shout out to my bad. Goddamn Root Word, them boys doing something over there, you know what I'm talking about. But them boys scream 24/7, man. Damn lit. You know what I mean? Shout out to them boys. You feel me? So I'm just playing a little music in the background and stuff like that, man, you know. Damn, we gotta definitely do something for the lady. How about this right here?
People up so fast and always drop down so slow. Then you do it with no hand. You do it with no hand.
I love the way you move when you're sliding up and down that pole. You got me feeling all type of ways, up and down, round and round. Love the way your booty go. You got me feeling all type of ways. Love the way you move when you're sliding up and down that pole. You got me feeling all type of ways, up and down, round and round. Love the way your booty go. You got me feeling all type of ways.
I love the way your booty go. Shake it for some cash flow. Drop it down real low. Girl, let's make this video. Left cheek, right cheek. Love it when you bounce it for me. Round and up and down. You doing something to me. Never seen nothing like this before. Love it when you climb fast, drop it real slow. Got me feeling all type of ways. I'm thinking about hitting all type of ways. Mess around with me, you be gone for days. Straight thug love, you be caught in the days. The mother girls say that you caught in the maze. They just really wanna be in your place. Say you got a man, you can keep him okay. What you got a girl, let's call it checkmate. I can do both of y'all in the same day. Girl, you got me feeling all type of ways. Know I'm getting money like every day. Got 101, will that be okay? All real talk, got no time to play. I ain't got time to procrastinate. Later on the night, we can conversate. Right now, baby, let's concentrate on this major move we about to make. All the light chances we about to take. Ain't no quarterback, so I don't pump fade. Got plenty money, so let's escape. Got me hypnotized by the way your body shakes. I love.
I ain't gonna lie now, man. I ain't gonna lie. I got to say, dog, that like in the day, when I dropped that for my homegirls, them boys that was dancing, man. That was the song that they played, you know what I mean? You know, and the dance off dog, and I made that song about them, and they danced to that song with that verse. I ain't gonna lie to you, dog. They was actually like dancing while I was thinking of that and writing that song. Good word, good word. And that's why it's so authentic. And I'm calling out the motion. Left cheek, right cheek. Love it when you bounce it for me. Round and up and down. Round and round the pole. Then you go up and then you come back down. And you doing something to me. You feel me? Hey, man, shout out. And they pushed me to do that for them, man. And shout out to the fantasy dancers, man, out here in South Cackalack. Fantasies was legendary, man. The daughter was legendary, man. Goddamn, Femme Fatale, legendary, man. And Gen X, legendary. Shout out to my little cousin DJ Lottie, who DJing out there, man, out there at Gen X, man. You know what I mean? For real, we love the art.
I love the way you move when you're sliding up and down that pole. You got me.
I ain't gonna lie to you.
Up and down, round and round.
I want to start this over, man, because I think that was one of the hardest verses that I did. Always was rhyming, man, and I stayed on the word. It was hold up. All right, let's go, man. Let me try this again.
Then you do it with no hand. You do it with no hand.
I love the way you move when you're sliding up and down that pole. You got me feeling all type of ways. Up and down, round and round. Love the way your booty go. You got me feeling all type of ways. Love the way you move when you're sliding up and down that pole. You got me feeling all type of ways. Up and down, round and round. Love the way your booty go. You got me feeling all type of ways. I love the way your booty go. Shake it for some cash flow. Drop it down real low. Girl, let's make this video. Left cheek, right cheek. Love it when you bounce it for me. Round and up and down. You doing something to me. Never seen nothing like this before. Love it when you climb fast, drop it real slow. Got me feeling all type of ways. I'm thinking about hitting all type of ways. Mess around with me, you be gone for days. Straight thug love, you be caught in the days. The mother girls say that you caught in the maze. They just really wanna be in your place. Say you got a man, you can keep him okay. What you got a girl, when it's call it checkmate. I can do both of y'all in the same day. Girl, you got me feeling all type of ways. Know I'm getting money like every day. Got 101, will that be okay? All real talk, got no time to play. I ain't got time to procrastinate. Later on the night, we can conversate. Right now, baby, let's concentrate on this major move we about to make. All the light chances we about to take. Ain't no quarterback, so I don't pump fade. Got plenty money, so let's escape. Got me hypnotized by the way your body shakes. I love the way you move when you're sliding up and down that pole. You got me feeling all type of ways. Up and down, round and round. Love the way your booty go. You got me feeling all type of ways. Love the way you move when you're sliding up and down that pole. You got me feeling all type of ways. Up and down, round and round. Love the way your booty go. You got me feeling all.
Hey, listen, man, and this time of night, man, I hope the baby sleep. Yeah, God, I hope the baby's in bed for school, y'all. I'm playing this for us, man. Grown people stuff, man. You know what I'm talking about? Word. I'm giving y'all some music that y'all probably ain't heard. I hope y'all reading this screen though. Slave holding amongst the mulatto class in South Carolina was widespread according to the first census in 1790, which revealed that 36 out of 102, or 35.2%, of the free blacks head of family held slave. Hold up, y'all. Free blacks in 1790? Come on. So, those Africans, y'all. Y'all telling me these are free Africans in 1790 in Charleston? Come on, man. Huh? Hey, man, you make sure y'all share this out, man. Y'all share this out. And let me show y'all what this is. Go to the slave rebellion. Y'all can type in the home, the chronological, the history, the maps, the database, the galleries, the forum, and what's next. And you can type in whatever you want to look up. I'm just on the home base page. You feel me? Slave holding amongst the mulatto class in South Carolina was widespread according to the first census of 1790. So now we know that the people that was coming across here didn't hit South Carolina until 1670. And then you got another class that hit Beaufort, what they call now today Beaufort, in 1663. So now it's a whole mulatto class that's slave owning in less than 100 years. Man, 1670, 1790, 120 years. Come on, man. Widespread according to the first census, which revealed that 36 out of 102, or 35.2% of the free blacks head of the family held slaves in Charleston City. By 1800s, 1 out of every 3 free black recorded owning slave property. Between 1820 and 1840, the percentage of slave holding heads of family ranged from 72 to 77.7%. My God. Is this Charleston up underneath Negro rule? Let me tell you, man, us Indians, yeah, y'all motherfuckers want to claim yourself to be Africans. Well, bitch, we owned you. Huh? Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Now, you know, when we say we own you, we gave y'all a job. We treated y'all as indentured servants. We didn't whoop you and gave you lashes, or didn't give you no soap to wash, or no toothpaste. No, we show y'all toothpaste, how to make toothpaste. We show y'all what plants you can use and what tree bark or what plant or shrub you can use to make soap. We showed y'all that we had natural springs. We still got them. We showed y'all how to wash. Y'all could not learn no American culture without the American Indian. So it ain't no way y'all could come over this some bitch and grow no rice. Or no okra, where y'all say y'all brought in y'all here. Stop the fuckery. Man, god damn it, 2 women brought fucking 50 seeds, and now you telling me all the rice in South Carolina now comes from Africa? Man, bitch, don't play with me. I'm trying to tell you, dog, I'm coming back for everything we owe. For real. We owe, y'all notice, I ain't say what they owe. I say what we owe. because we've been our own fucking problem to each other. So when I say I'm coming back for what we owe, them people know who I'm talking about. Good word. See, this shit bigger than me than anybody else. I really out here on the ground. So when I say I'm coming back for what we owe, dog, I'm coming to the people who helped constructed this. They dog, and if you didn't know what you was doing, you got to prove it. But if your peoples them know what they was doing, we coming back for everything we owe. Good word. So in other words, I'm taking self-accountability, and y'all gonna have to take accountability. Good word. That's how this shit gonna go. According to the United States Census report, in 1860, only a small minority of whites owned slaves. Hold up. So according to 1860 census in South Carolina, or maybe this might be in the South. They just said in the South right now. A small minority owned slaves. Remember, Lincoln said he was freeing the slaves out the South, y'all. What slaves was he freeing when the whites was a minority? Out of a population of 27 million whites, only 8 million lived in the South. Let's go, y'all. So if only 8 million out of the 27 million lived in the South, 8 million lived in the South, y'all. So that means 19 other million lived in the North, because they only talking about the North and the South right now, because they don't know nothing on the other side of the Appalachians at this point. And we're talking about the English and the British right now. Let's go. And the Spanish in the South, but let's go. So who owned all the slaves then? It was the North then, right? I mean, am I tripping? I mean, can somebody, man, goddamn, am I tripping right now, yo? Hey, Mike, my dog, am I tripping right now, Mike? Focus mind. Tim Washington, y'all boys, man. Shout out to y'all boys, man. Matter of fact, let me give a quick shout out, man, to the goddamn chat. I know I ain't expect too much people. Engine number 9, my dog, Big Dog Philly OG, my OG, man, the orchestrator of me being me, man. He helped me be successful. He taught me a method, bro, and I ran with it, man. And shout out to my dog, Big Dog Philly OG, my OG. You know what I mean? Flat motherfucking power to them boys. You know I'm a flow birther. You know what I mean? Mike, always in this bitch. Tim Washington, man. Hey, you know, appreciate you too, man. Mike Dollar. Nope, not even the Moors. They would reclassify them as the term black. Facts, that was earlier. Midnight check-in with the fam. You know what I mean? Shout out to Tim Washington, man. Focus mind. My dog. You feel me? Mike Dollar fire. You know what I mean? I seen that. This sound like some pimp shit. Glass Moon 29. On me, you ain't tripping. Okay. I'm just saying, man. You know what I mean? The link in the chat, man, you know. Hey, man. Late Night Bill, man. And let me see what my dog Tim said. And out of the 8 million, fewer than 385,000 owned slaves. The rest of the slave owners must have been niggas. Exactly. Exactly, bro. Exactly, Tim. I'm just making sure I'm understanding this right. Huh? So they say, according to the United States Census Report in 1860, only a small minority of whites owned slaves. Out of a population of 27 million whites, only 8 million lived in the South. And out of this population, fewer than 385,000 owned slaves. In short, the total white population owned about 1.4, while the southern white population owned about 4.8 enslaved Africans. Man, come on. Y'all boys ain't say Africans until this shit get the... But see, when they say southern now, they could be talking about Florida or other areas I don't know about. But when they say southern whites own enslaved Africans, they ain't say nothing about enslaved Africans nowhere else in this motherfucker. Excuse me, y'all, my language. But y'all don't see African nowhere else in it. Y'all see black, y'all see white, y'all see colored, y'all see brown skin, white blood, black, dark skin complexion. Y'all see all this shit right here, man. But y'all ain't mulatto. Y'all ain't see nothing about no African until this point right here. You know why, y'all? Because this goes with the narrative, what Lincoln was trying to do. What they said Lincoln was trying to do. Free the black, my bad. The truth is, free the white slave, but free the black slaves, or so-called. Free the goddamn enslaved people of Africa or the South. Well, goddamn. If just say it was so-called Africans, y'all. The number is few. You talking about 1 or 2 Africans on every fucking plantation if we want to go that route. That shit still wouldn't add up. It still would not add up. You feel me? And I ain't even gonna give them that because all of a sudden now it's enslaved Africans. All right, let's go. On the other hand, the black population in 1860 was 4.5. Hold up, y'all. So y'all mean to tell me the black population was 4.5 million in 1860 and about 4.8 enslaved Africans? Hold up, y'all. Whoa. It's also 1860. Remember now, this 1860. And they saying the white southern population owed 4.8. But then they say on the other hand, the black population was only 4.5 million. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, shit. Is y'all following me? Huh? Hey, please tell me y'all following me, man. Please tell me I'm not tripping, y'all. Read this whole little 3 paragraphs right here, y'all. Literally. Let me blow it up some more. Fuck it. We gonna blow it up big. Oh, my bad. That might be a little bit too big. Not a whole screen out there. I'm sorry, y'all. My apologies. It's still too big right there. Damn. My apology. Hold up. You know what? I can make it bigger like this. Everybody need to see that. Y'all go ahead and read that right there, man. This right here. I don't want to go into the graph yet, y'all. Let's not go into the graph. We're going to get into the graph in a second. I just want y'all to read that real quick to see if that resonates with y'all. And I want to hear what y'all think of that. I'm going to go in little sections real quick. What y'all think about that? and look at that date, 1860 now. A small minority of whites owned slaves out of the population of 27 million. Whites, only 8 million lived in the South. Okay? And now you're saying, on the other hand, the black population was 4.5 million. That's you talk about 12.5 right there. But hold up. They own 4.8 million enslaved Africans, but the black population is 4.5 million. And then they gonna give us a narrative after it, y'all. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Y'all, that's for my lady.
What do you look like, man?
I see God in the
I
chat.
feel the same
Shout
way.
out to us, Mine Dots, man. You already know. Yeah.
I just want to take it one day at a time. That way we can reach the highest point of friendship.
What's the highest point? Let me know.
Then whether you know how far to take this flight.
That's what I'm talking
Word.
about.
You don't just jump in the plane and fly. And where you going first? Just chill, baby. Just got you.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life. Come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life. Come on, let me show you.
See, you don't have to rush. Baby girl, be patient. Anticipation of love making. Got your legs shaking. See, every time I'm next to you, I feel your heart beat faster. But yet you try to hide behind your smile and your laughter. See, money's what I'm after. So all I do is chill. I'm out here on the grind. I'm trying to see a meal. You never seen this good life. Well, come on, let me show you. You never had a real hug. Well, come on, let me hold you. This life I lead is troublesome. You win some, you lose some. You lost one, then gain one. You want some, come get some. See, everything you want, you need, I got you. Even though you don't know me, I don't know you, baby, I got you. That's just how it goes to me. Rather have you next to me, never in front or back of me. You look good beside me, but we take it there. It's some things you need to know. We don't have to rush, baby, we can take it slow.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life. Come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life. Come on, let me show you.
Say you like me, it's what you want. I ain't about games, I'm trying to front. See something that you want, then get it. Ice cream man always deliver, never late. I come on time. Tell me, girl, what's your room size? Sitting here, watch you visualize. I can't lie, see it in your eyes, fantasize. I need you all day, all night. Let me strap your seatbelt on before we take this flight. You know I'm helicopter high. Baby, you know I'm on a wide, baby, we can buy. And that's just how it is. El Blizzo keep it realer than all the rest is. And don't compare me to them other dudes. I act a fool with my tool. Lock it down just for you. You got a man, you can keep him too. I don't want him, I want you. Got a couple friends, but I got a couple too. Just let me know, girl, what you wanna do. And we can keep it on the low, long as you know, baby, just take it.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life. Come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life. Come on, let me show you.
Feeling all type ways right now, for
I
real.
got you.
I
This
hate you.
life I lead is heavy,
I
man.
ain't worried about
Don't ever
that.
think
You
I
always
got
talking
time.
that stuff, man. I can't tell though.
Just look at it this way. Whenever we together, that means I got time for you.
That ain't enough.
Word,
For real.
man.
It's not
I
enough.
ain't trying to show you what this life I lead is like.
I already know what it's like. Been there, done that. That's what's up.
I told you, I got you, man.
I
We don't just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, but come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Let's just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you, yeah.
Yeah, man, we back, man. Damn, I hope this registered to y'all. Okay. So on the other hand, the black population in 1860 was 4.5 million, with about 500,000 living in the South. Of the blacks residing in the South, 261,988 were not slaves. Of this number, 10,689 lived in New Orleans. In New Orleans, over 3,000 freed blacks owned slaves, about 20% of the free black population of the city. So now, let's go to the charts. Let's go to the charts, man. Let's see what this shit say about the charts. You know what I mean? You know, but hey, we take everything with a grain of salt, y'all. You know what I'm talking about? Because this what they say don't necessarily mean it's true, but it's something that we can go off of the cross-reference. Word. Let me put that. Move right now. Yeah. Let me play that real quick. So the following chart shows the free black slaves, owners, and their slaves in Charleston. In 1860, there were at least 6 African Americans. Here we go with African Americans in Louisiana who owned 65 or more slaves. Hold on. How do you got an African American in Louisiana in 1790 when Louisiana wasn't even there? They was there, but it wasn't even Louisiana in 1790. The fuck? This is why I tell y'all got to know history. Timelines is everything, dog. They can't get around timelines. The largest number, 152 slaves, were owned by widow C. Richards and her son, P.C. Richards, who owned a large sugarcane plantation. So now we're talking about black people who they call an African American who own a sugarcane plantation. Another black slave magnet in Louisiana with over 100 slaves, Antoine Dubulet, a sugar planter whose estate was valued $264,000. In North Carolina, 69 free blacks were slave owners. The majority of the urban black, now it's urban black slave owners, y'all, were women. Hold up. Hey, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. My apologies, dog. My apologies, man. Shout out to the woman. You know what I mean? Mama's baby, daddy's maybe. Y'all already know how that saying go. I might can blow this up just a little bit bigger. Okay, yep, I can. Boom. The majority of the black slave owners were women. I'm saying, am I tripping right now, y'all? Or you know what I mean? I'm Brandon. Huh? Am I tripping? In 1820, free black woman. Whoa. 1820? Remember now, y'all? Remember all these so-called Africans was buying themselves out of slavery. They couldn't buy their wife out of slavery because their wife was indentured forever. And their kids was indentured forever. They couldn't buy them out of slavery, right? So now it's in 1820, free black women represented 60% of heads of household in the North and 70% of slaveholding heads of colored households in the South. Oh, what happened? What happened? I'm just saying, man. What's going on right here, y'all? Have y'all ever heard this? Y'all share this out. Y'all make sure, man. Y'all make sure y'all scream it out, man. Yo, let's get this message. Did y'all hear this? Did y'all know this? They're talking about in the North and the South. So who was this whole Abraham Lincoln free the slave shit about? Let's go. Who if 68% was free black women in the North and 70% in the South, what was this war about color? Because they was mad that man, y'all better pay attention. Huh? Y'all better pay attention. They've been working on these women long time ago. They worked on these women so much that they put these women in a position where they had to choose whether a house or the baby daddy who got a charge that got trumped up on them. And you got a child by this man. You know what I mean? They put these women in some bad predicaments. Because we was in fucked up predicaments. But they put these women in bad predicaments. They put these women in a place where they had to choose whether I'm going to F with you or I'm going to just say, man, I ain't even got time for that headache. I ain't trying to repeat the cycle. I'm not trying to do what grandmama or mama did. I ain't trying to repeat the cycle. I'm going to. And depending on the age and the time frame of that. When have y'all ever heard that free black woman in 1820 owned 68% of the slaves? Huh? Wait. Yeah, and Tim watched it. And I know they cosplaying the number because it would be a whole lot worse. You absolutely correct. So when I look at 68%, though, that 68 damn near look like 80 to me. And that 70 look like 90. You feel me? Word. But I'm telling you, have any of y'all ever heard that, though? And when we told y'all boys sometimes y'all boys think that y'all are a slave or whatever like that, and that's because you was in a household with daddy or mama. That's because they was the head of the household, and it's telling you right here. A head of the household is also slave owner. That's what they consider it as. It wasn't nothing about, man, we got all these people in my family, I need benefits. No, the only way you get benefits for the people that and all the mouths you gotta feed, dog, which nowadays is EBT, or eat better today or tomorrow, or WIC or whatever like that. However you look at it, all of these things today is based on somebody being the head of the household. But now today, everybody can be the head of the household. But y'all don't even know, when y'all claim head of the household, everybody else is considered a slave. Because the way they look at it, you take care of them. And that's coming from my own business owner. Word. Hey, Tim Washington, man, you can hit the link, fam. You know what I mean? Come on up and build, man. I'm trying to get more people to come on up and start building, man. You know what I mean? You know, get everybody to the next level. So the large percentage of Black women slave owners is explained by emancipation by their white fathers. Now they got white fathers, y'all. So now they telling me that a slave from Africa had a child by their white dad, had a child by their white slave owner, and now the daughter ends up becoming possession or inheritance from their white fathers or husbands. Come on, y'all. Y'all see the cosplay? Y'all know it had to be a goddamn catch-22. Good word. So Black women were the majority of slaves emancipated by white slave owning men with whom they had sexual relations. Look at this, y'all. Wow. Black women were the majority of slaves emancipated by the white slave owning men with whom they had sexual relations. 33% of all the recorded colonial emancipations were mulatto children. About 70% of all adults emancipations were females. Now, who are these females that y'all saying that are y'all slaves? Are y'all saying they're Africans? Boy, that's a big ass number. Y'all just giving this shit. Nah, bro. These American Indian women, they already own the land, bro. You ain't dying, leave not a motherfucking thing. What the fuck? You ain't dying, leave not a nada, bro. She was on that, all that land and all that property, dog, because of her mama. And her mama was 90 times out of 10 American Indian. Because now we can go back to the dates. They fucked up when they put this date right here in there, y'all. 1790. They fucked up with that. They got free that quick. They got free that quick. And then now they own it that much. That's a major turnaround. What's going on, Tim Washington, man? Peace and love to you, man. Hope all is
what
well.
Up, though, bro?
Bro?
Peace and love. Can you hear me?
Yup, I can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead, bro. Peace and love. Hope all is well in the family.
I gotta get my sound right. Give me a second.
Yeah, you sound good though.
Yeah, but my audio is coming from the wrong location, and it's probably gonna interfere with my mic.
No,
But
you actually sound good right now, bro. You sound
okay,
damn good. Yeah, you
okay,
sound
cool. Okay, so check this out.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. You want me to take this off the screen? If you want to share your screen, you can share your screen too if you got something to show, bro.
No,
Yep.
leave it up there for now. You know, because this is this is just like it's off the hip. You know, you happen to be doing a bill, and I was just strolling along and seeing your shop open, so I dropped by, right?
Right. All love, man. Appreciate you. I seen you in my sister chat earlier too.
For sure. I'll be lurking in the weeds. I'll be in most. I don't speak very often, but I usually got an ear or two in the chat. But
right.
since you're on this topic, I got a question for you, because you know a lot about the Carolina areas, right? Now, a large portion from my mother's side is from the Carolina, Virginia area. Okay. And just going through my genealogy, I seen some anomalies on her part from that area. So she has some aunts and uncles, and I got pictures of them and everything. And we had to talk about them. I found a census record where them all having the same parents. Some of them, one in particular, one of her aunts is listed as white, while the rest of her siblings are listed as colored. You ever seen that before? You ever heard of that?
Oh yes. Oh yeah. Bro, one thing about the shades of an Indian, bro, American Indian, when it came down to like status, remember this was telling you it was from status and all of that. So you could have claimed what you wanted to claim. You see what I'm saying? Remember, hold up, wait, right here, on this part right here. Many of the mulatto slave owners separated themselves from the masses of black people and attempted to establish a caste system based on wealth and free status. So now you're talking about the borderline of Carolina and Virginia. Now today, North Carolina, correct?
Correct.
So are you talking about upper North Carolina or
I'm talking
bottom
about the
part of
Wilson
South
area.
Carolina? Huh?
The Wilson area.
The Wilson area?
Yeah.
Is that more like towards Tennessee way, or is that coming straight down the coast?
Wilson is more central.
Central. Okay. So coming out of South Carolina, what they would call today South Carolina, going into North Carolina, and then going up into Virginia up the coast. I know more like about the Lumbee, the Robesons, and the Crotons and stuff like that.
Are you familiar with a time period where in that Carolina area, I think the laws was different between North and South Carolina during the time period, but have you heard of them listing the so-called blacks or the aboriginals as whites if they owned land and or slaves?
Yes.
So if that be the case, then
it depended on what they marked, what they told them they was,
or what they wrote on paper, because I'm not sure that these people knew that they were being casted differently as siblings.
They didn't. We didn't do no writing for one. We didn't mark those shit off.
Exactly. So
so they did that according to your status. So if this Indian was lighter than this darker Indian, he can either, that person could be, mulatto came later. It was just white or black, bro.
Right, right.
So
Now,
that allowed
ironically,
like that in his status, and he was in the Catholic Church or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Oh,
yeah. So ironically, this aunt was the darkest of all the siblings.
now that's real crazy, bro.
I got pictures of them.
And you say Virginia though, right?
Nah, this was Carolina.
What year was this?
This was I had to pull that up,
Yeah,
but she
find
was
out
born in the 1800s,
1800.
and yeah, she was born in the 1800s, and this continued on into the 1940s
That's
and
crazy
50s.
word. That's crazy word. So Virginia, so a lot of Virginia history started before South Carolina history that was written. In other words, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah,
Does that make any sense? That makes sense? You
it
follow?
does. It does. Now,
Right.
there's
As
the
far as what
same
they was
family
right, as far as what
in
they was
both
right. I'm
places.
not talking about our peoples them been here. Our peoples them been here, but as far as them writing about us, Virginia was getting written about before and then it was just the Carolinas before it got separated. You understand what I'm saying? So yeah, Virginia, I keep telling people this, like, man, Virginia, the stuff that was happening in Virginia and the laws and the stuff they was pushing in Virginia, South Carolina followed that.
Right, right. And North Carolina sort of split between the two as far as they law.
Yeah, that was later on, but before it was North Carolina or either South Carolina, it was just Carolina. You see what I'm saying? So they followed that because they was the last spot before you got into the Spanish down there in Florida. You understand what I'm saying? So now you got the English, British, and then you got the Spanish in the South. So anything from Carolina on up, that's English, British. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. So with this happening,
yeah,
that would mean that the numbers that we just looked at would have to be skewed. If they're doing that, how can they keep a accurate count of so-called black slave owners and white slave owners if they're actually classifying some that appear to be black as white?
Correct.
Because if you look at those numbers, they say that there was 27 million free whites.
Yeah, right here. Yep.
Now look at the number of free blacks that they said that they was, not just in the South. Look at the black population right there.
right here.
Yeah. Now you compare 4.5 million to 27 million.
Africans though at this time also.
But if you put them both together, there's still only 9 million. Somebody's numbers is off, bro.
Somebody's numbers is off. It's off, bro. It's off. Now, you notice this chart don't give you names, but we can trace the names. We can find the names now.
Right. And if we do,
that's one thing about us studying, motherfucker, dog. We trace the names.
Right.
Who these people, where they getting these numbers from. And if it don't add up, bro, it don't add up.
Well, the math ain't mathing.
The math ain't mathing. But this what kills me right here, though, bro. I ain't even gonna lie to you. Right here, where it say free black woman, right here, bro. That right there was something crazy to me.
It's not crazy to me,
right.
Because you have to add in
these are Indian women, correct? That I was already owning the land.
Yeah, they own the land, and a lot of them lost their husband.
But they try to say they inherit the land from their white fathers.
No, that's not true. A lot of them lost their husbands. Their husbands was getting knocked off. Their husbands was leaving out and going other places. You know, so
Especially
that's
the
not
war.
true. They didn't
Right.
have white fathers. We
Right.
just proved that, you know, with highlighting how they had different codes of classification for our people. They listed some as white and some as black.
Mm-hmm.
So
And what's crazy and ironic to me is that this is 1820. You talk about 2 years after the fucking Seminole Wars.
right.
That been going on since 1812. Seminole War 1, Seminole War 1, Seminole War 2. And then you got a treaty that's being made in 1818.
So what do they do with their prisoners of war then?
See, now us American Indians, when we get prisoners of war, bro, they can assimilate into the chieftain.
Exactly. What do they do with theirs? They trying to say they took no prisoners? I don't believe that.
That's where we get the POWs and they started shipping our ass all over the place.
Exactly.
POWs, bro. And that was the only way they could have learned how to grow rice that we grew over here, corn, potatoes. Somebody had to teach them.
That wasn't the only way. That wasn't the only way. Don't forget. Don't forget when they was indentured, when they first started coming over here, we was teaching them how to work for us.
Right, but see, those indentures didn't want to go back. They was like, fuck that. After they paid their debt off, they was like, fuck that, I'm staying.
Them was the same people. That's what I mean. That was
okay,
another.
Okay, I follow you. My bad. That was a part.
Yeah, that was the other ways that they learned. We were schooling them. And we had schools for them, but they don't want to talk about that. We had to have it otherwise they wouldn't have known how to work for us. You understand what I'm saying? They had to know how to do our work. They didn't get off the boats knowing how to do that. So when we hired them or when we bought them, we had to teach them what to do. They wasn't doing that over there where they was coming from. And they didn't bring bags of seeds like people be saying. That how's that gonna happen anyway? How you gonna just jump on a boat with a bag of seeds? You done got convicted of a crime, or you done got banished, you done got kicked out of your land. Where you get the seeds from? They ain't letting you leave out of court and go pack a bag and go pick up some seeds before you get on that ship. That ain't how they did that. These people were being sentenced to transportation. And that was not transportation with a considerable preparation. They was grabbing them folks and throwing them right on the ship. You could say goodbye to your family if they came to court, but you wasn't about to go back home. You think they was doing that with them criminals? If they had let them go back home, then they'd have still been in Europe to this day.
Hell nah, those goddamn criminals end up coming over here. Them boys start marrying chieftain nieces and shit and having kids, and them boys had a stature and they started trading with those motherfuckers. Like, boy, you got to do business with me now.
We already had them seeds.
Yeah.
We had been trading. We already had them seeds. How else would they know what the demand was here, OTK? They would have had no other way to know what was needed here. You don't go out looking for land and know what that land need before you find it. It couldn't have happened no other way. We had to have a system here in order for them to even know what was going on. How do you know if how do you know there's a slave trade if you ain't got no word from the other side of the water? You don't even know if they buying slaves over there. Right.
I think they all coming with a contract. So check this out right here. the first black slave owner, and the origins of slavery. And just let me know when you want me to stop, bro. Euro agents arrived in Jamestown, Virginia in 1607. And the first large group of Africans arrived in 1619. Large group of Africans, y'all. Remember now, this 1619 is the Pilgrims. That's the Pilgrims, y'all. That's Plymouth Rock. Mm-hmm. However, the House of Burgess record showed that the Africans were already in the colony before 1619. So it wasn't no colony when 1619 people arrived. They made that colony. Jamestown was the Anglo-Saxon. That was inland. In 1619, they landed on Plymouth and they stayed out the shore for damn near 2 months. They didn't never make it to Jamestown. All right? These are Pilgrims, your Protestants, them boys. Damn, my bad, y'all. I didn't mean to scroll up that far. So
I got a line to go back to Burgess.
Hey, this right here about to get deep now. Check it. So about the last of August, 1619, came a Dutchman of where that sold us 20 Negars. Among them, one called Antonio from Angola. Later, we find that Antonio becomes Anthony Johnson. Mm-hmm. Others listed was Angelo, a Niger woman, and John Pedro, a Niger aged 30. The census of 1624 and 25 showed that there were 23 Africans living in Jamestown, Virginia, listed as servants and slaves. So I don't need nobody to ask me.
Servants and not slaves.
And not slaves. Right. My bad. Thank you. I don't want nobody else asking me about no census before 1790. It's straight letting you know that these colonies was taking census. Right. Way before 1790. All right. So, and I'm glad you corrected me on that because I said and servants and slaves, but servants and not slaves.
Right. That not slaves is important.
Yeah, not slaves is very important. I'm glad you catch me on that, bro. Appreciate that. So check this out right here. Check this out right here, bro. This right here gonna get a little deep for you. Africans coming to Jamestown between 1630 and 1640 can expect to be freed after serving an indented period of time about 7 to 10 years for Africans and Indians. Hold up.
And Indians.
Hold up. But I'm saying though, they're not slaves. They're indentured servants.
Right.
Uh-oh. So they're indentured servants. So who are these Africans? Are they really white Africans or are they Negars? But let's go into deeper this. Check this shit out. At this time, there were no system of perpetual servitude or slave for life, but the system was rapidly evolving. By 1640 and 1660, slavery was becoming a customary reality. So in 1640, 3 servants of Hugh Gwyn, a Dutchman called Victor, a Scotchman named James Gregory, and John Punch, a Negro, run away from their master, were overtaken in Maryland and brought back to stand trial for misbehavior. Check it out.
No way.
Check it.
Only one of them was a Negro.
Let me finish this last part real quick and then you can go in.
Okay.
All right. The verdict of court will change the system of indentured servants and set the system in transition to plantation slavery. The court ruled that the 3 servants shall receive punishment by whipping and having 30 stripes apiece. The court ordered that the Dutchman and the Scotchman shall first serve out their terms, with their master according to the indentureds, and 1 year apiece after the time of their servants is expired, and that they shall serve the colony for 3 years. The third, being a Negro, should serve his said master and is assigned for the time of his natural life. This marks the first time that race and color becomes a factor in the status of both black and white indentured servants.
Bomb drop.
Man, you know what I'm talking about?
We need a bomb drop on that one.
Hey, listen, man. So you got a Dutch, you got a Scot, and you got somebody who's called a Negro, who's black, who's darker than them. They ain't saying this African. They just say he's a Negro.
Now, with that being said, bro,
they say Africans and Indians right here.
Right.
So how are they? How are they telling them apart? Is John Punch? Is he African or is he an Indian? Because
hey, we don't know.
We got the Scotchman. Is John Punch a Negro or is he an African? Is it Negro? Does that mean he an African or that means he an Indian?
That means he's an Indian.
And this what clears it up right here. In other words, this marks the first time that race and color.
Right.
So they let you know that Negro is a color.
Exactly. That means that.
Hey, and you know, if ands or buts about it, because we know the Dutchman and the Scotsman, they saying white, unless y'all saying the Dutch and the Scotchman is Negro too.
Well, no, so they made a distinction.
I'm gonna put y'all in the corner. Is the Dutchman and the Scotsman, are they Negroes too? No,
they can't be.
It, right? So now you know they're putting the difference between race and color. So you got a Dutch race, a Scotch race, and then you got a Negro who just a color, and he's being classified as an African or Indian, which they don't even fucking know. They just going off of color. So anybody with color that's an Indian is being called a goddamn African.
No, correct me if I'm wrong, bro.
Go ahead.
At that time,
bro, what you see?
At that time, they wasn't calling Africans Negroes. Was they? There was white Africans. They wasn't calling them Negroes. They was only calling the American Indian Negroes at that time.
And the Portuguese and the Spanish. I'll show you that real quick. I'll show you that they was calling the Spanish and the Portuguese a Negro. So in other words, the system is rapidly evolving to meet new demands for cheap labor, and race is slowly being used as justification for the enslavement of peoples of African origins. Between 1640 and 1660s, Africans were going to court suing for their freedom. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Man, listen.
So now we see what Anthony Johnson was on.
What African would an African going to court to sue for their freedom? Man, come on, man.
So Anthony Johnson was not.
Notice they say peoples of African origins.
Right.
Remember now, they considered anybody black. They had to be from Africa because that's the first place where they seen black people at. They got here. So they're correlating all them to be African. So they're using African as a color too, in some cases. Yes, brother. So when we read certain things, we got to read from the lens of peoples of African origin. How do you know people are African origins? if they doing a census taking? Why you need to do a census if you brought all these people over here? You already doing a census. You already got records of everybody that you brought over here. So why are you doing a census?
Makes sense to me. They wouldn't need to do the census if they knew who was here.
Exactly, because they was bringing all of them, remember?
Right.
So why do they need to do a census, bro? Make that make sense.
They was coming up with this idea in the background.
They already got the census. They got everybody's names as they get off the boat. They dock it at the fucking port, dog. They got everybody's names.
But we already know that they didn't have a complete census.
It's a servitude contract, and they got to show how they got over here. So
they never knew how many free people of color there was over here. They had to keep counting.
They had to keep count, bro. They had to keep count. They had
to keep counting to come up with that idea. When they seen how many it was, that's when they said, "Hey, look, we can't just kill all these niggas off. No, we got to do something else." And then somebody said, "Well, let's just say they all came from Africa."
And look, notice they only used the Indian one time now. So check this out. In 1649, there were about 300 Africans in the colony. An increasing mulatto population. African and European indentured servants offsprings were increasingly and considered alarming in regard to the status of mulatto. This is a system was evolving based on being either black or white. So now they're saying that these Africans and these Europeans mixing and making mulattoes themselves. The thing is, though, who is the African before Africa is called Africa? So who are these Africans in 1649? Would that be your Northern Africans?
Yeah, that's one of the questions that would come to your mind, because if you notice, they're not calling these Africans niggas. Like they did with what's your boy up here?
Like
him out there, he's a nigga.
You're right. Right. They ain't saying Negro. Yeah, here we go now. They about to say it now. And the Act of 1670 forbidding for Negroes to own. Hold up. The Act of 1670 forbidding free Negroes to own Christian servants, but concede the right to own servants of their own race.
Yeah, okay. So who was actually freed then?
Oh shit. For a brief period in American history between 1630 and 1670, a number of Africans have become freedmen and owned indentured white servants.
Now they said their own race now.
Oh shit.
They said their own race. Now they dropping hints that these Africans could have been white.
Oh man. I like this. This is a pretty good read right here, man.
Yeah, it is.
I love it. This is a pretty good read. And you can see
they can no longer blame chattel slavery on Anthony Johnson.
This is where y'all can find this. Type in the Slave Rebellion website. Y'all can type in all kinds of. They got the chronological, the slave resistance in Latin America, which is the Caribbean. You know what I mean? Man, this is pretty good read, y'all. Man. Where I'm just going back over it, man. You know what I mean? I'm just going back over it. And they got all them boys. Uh-oh. Not a Frenchman. Huh?
A French woman?
Not a French. Yeah, a French.
Thomas Pierre.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Met her year. Met Maria Teresa Coin from the Congo and promptly fell in love. They became immediate occupants of Natchitoches, Louisiana, where Maria and Claude, or John Vaughn Clyde Dam, Claude lived together as man and wife. They had their first children together in January, a set of twins. Things were rough going for the couple. The church would not have anything to do with the relationship at this time. Maria and her infant son, Augustine, were still enslaved.
Frenchman.
So the Frenchman met an enslaved woman. He met an enslaved woman and they fell in love. But they couldn't get married. They lived together as man and wife, but they couldn't get married. I mean, the church didn't accept them because she was still enslaved. How y'all living together if she enslaved?
Does that imply ownership?
That sounds like she got a job, bro.
Yeah.
That sounds like she got a job, bro.
Yeah, she was working for him.
Or working for somebody else. Yep. So early.
He might have subcontracted her if she was staying with him.
Oh, shit. Check this shit out. So early in 1776, Motier purchased his child. And shortly after that, in a private document, he freed Maria and the child. Years later, Maria and Motier broke up, but not before fathering 6 children. Maria stayed in Natchitoches and worked the Melrose plantation. Claude Murder left for her, and he moved to New Orleans, left for France, and married a proper French woman. Come on, man. So he left her a whole plantation. He left her a whole plantation, bro.
Wow.
That is crazy.
That could have been her family's plantation from the beginning, though.
Exactly. So let's look what they were selling. For the money, the land, right here, y'all. She started a plantation. Her first crop was tobacco. She was shipping 9,900 rolls to Cuba for cigars. She also produced indigo, manufactured medicine, and the major source of her income came from hunting bears and fowl. Correct. And all this was done with the help of her older sons because she had
no slaves at the time. That was her land, bro. That was her family's land.
3 plots of land estimated to 11,000 acres.
That's been her land. That was her land from the giddy up. That was her ancestors' land. If she knew how to do all of that, she wasn't just no slave that they shipped here from someplace else.
From the Congo?
Nah.
You
she
don't
wasn't
even
from
know
the
how
Congo,
to speak
bro.
this language. And he just leave you after he bought you? Hold up now. So in 1767, he met you. 10 years later, he freed you. Matter of fact, in 1776, he met you. Y'all had twins a year later. He bought y'all out of freedom 10 years later. Now, where they left at? Where the fuck he left at? Right here. Boom. Years later, they broke up. So in 1775, so in 20 years, you mean to tell me you inherit all of this if this wasn't already your land?
And you already had contracts in place with them other countries and stuff?
Well, Cuba already? You got
Yeah, when did you
establishment
go
with
set up
Cuba
them
already?
contracts?
Right. Right.
No, that's too much in place for that
That's
to have not been her land in the first place.
11,000 acres, bro.
He ain't just
Right.
gonna say, "Oh, you can have this since things ain't working out for us. You can have this. I'm about to leave and go someplace else." No, he didn't just do that.
Right. I'm about to go marry a proper French woman now.
Yeah, I'm about to go find me a French girl.
I'm about to go marry me a proper French woman. Hey, check out your boy Ellison. Now, Ellison, I know a lot about because he what we call him Copper Gin Ellison down here
Okay.
because he learned how to work that cotton gin
Mm-hmm.
and he was selling it down the East Coast. And for some reason, he was supposed to be a child of a slave owner, but his brother was straight fool. He wasn't no slave child. And his daddy left all 900 acres to the damn slave child. So he went to court to get his name changed to William Ellison, but his name was April because that's the month he was born in. Now let's see what they're saying right here. This is another black slave owner. This is South Carolina. And this motherfucker couldn't write because he wrote his brother during the goddamn Civil War. Like, God damn it, I ain't trying to free my goddamn slaves. He was on the Confederate side. You know what I'm talking about?
Uh-huh.
That type of shit. Where, yeah. So on June 20th, 1820, April Ellison appeared before the Sumter District Courthouse in Somerville, South Carolina, right around the corner from me, 15 minutes from me, to change his slave name. Since he was a free man, he wanted his name to change to his former master's, William. After his emancipation, William moved to Statesboro, South Carolina, and became an apprentice of William McCrae. They spelled his name McCrae, but I know it's William McCrae.
Okay.
After 4 years of hard labor, and William Ellison was ready to start his own business as a gin maker. The first years, he primarily repaired gins, but each year his customers and reputation grew. Between 1816, June 8, 1816, and January 1817, William, then April, purchased and freed his wife, Matilda, and his daughter, Eliza Ann, and brought them to Statesboro. His son Henry was born on near Statesboro, January 1870, followed 2 years later by William Jr. and another year by Reuben. Biblical name, soup. All right. By 1820, Ellison managed to buy his first 2 slaves, 2 males, aged 26 and 45, respectively. With the purpose of these 2 slaves, he demonstrated to the local whites that he was not afraid to own, use, and exploit slave labor. In just 4 years, He was a master gin maker. He changed his name and was now a slave owner. William purchased a valuable location for his shop right across road of town. The going rate at the time was $3 to $7 an acre, but he knew what prime land was worth and paid $375 for the land to his shop. The gin business flourished and his reputation among the whites grew. Now that he was a prominent figure in the community, he purchased more land, but this land was for a plantation. Now they making it look like he just did all this shit himself, boy.
Right.
To William Ellison, slaves were a source of labor. The ideology helped to explain why there was a ratio male to female 4-to-1 in the 1860s. Yeah, they also say he started a fucking breeding camp too. The male slaves were a direct source of income. The females were future benefits. Assuming that the woman would produce children at a ratio of 1 boy to 1 girl, the best explanation for a shortage of girls is that they were sold as slaves. Listen now, so they're giving their explanation why they're saying it's a 4-to-1 ratio now. You see what I'm saying? It's their explanation for a shortage is that they were sold as slaves. The average price for a slave girl was $400, and selling 20 girls will add an additional $8,000 cash, which could contribute to land and slave purchases. The silent tradition around Statesburg was not questioned, but his reputation as a harsh master was talked about. Yeah, his slave, they say his slave was fucked up. His slave was said to be district's worst fed and clothed. Ellison and his family lived frugally. He was even more tight-fisted. Yeah, tight-fisted about providing food, clothes, and housing for his slaves. His harsh treatment may have come from the fact that his slaves were very bitter, because the men and women have seen their daughters sold away into slavery. Also, the harsh treatment could have been from Ellison's needing to prove to the white that he was not soft on slaves because of his color. Sometimes his slaves ran away, and on at least one occasion, he hired a slave catcher. He never skipped on medical care for his slaves, but he did not care to help their spiritual needs. Through all the years, William Ellison may have been harsh on his slaves, but the money they produced helped keep him family well-to-do up into the Civil War. In 1829, he purchased 2 more male slaves between the ages 12 and 24. Early in 1830, Ellison started using his sons as gin makers, but there was still more work that the men could handle. At the end of the decade, Ellison now owned 36 slaves. 30 were males and 6 were females, who mostly worked in the fields and produced children. The census at the time had Ellison with 14 slaves, and his ownership of the slaves grew. So did his land, buying over 350 acres of land, and in that 10-year span, by his 50th birthday, boy, William Ellison had reached a plateau that few whites, let alone blacks, had ever reached. In the early 1840s, his son and daughters married mulattoes from Charleston and came to live on Ellison Plantation. His son became slave owners with the help of their father. The slaves from the Ellison family were just passed down to the next generation. Their slaves were not income producer slaves, but rather house servants. By 1860, Ellison increased his slave population from 36 in 1850 to 63, an increase of 75%. Damn. That year in the census, he reported his total worth was just over 61,000, which was very low for the property and personal slaves that he owned. So now I'm wondering, was Ellison really purchasing slaves, or was he purchasing his own fellow family members, and freeing them and having them work. On, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but
I'm
I don't
wondering,
know.
you know what I mean? I'm wondering if these is own peoples.
There was some animosity between him and his slaves. So this is probably one of them rare cases where these wasn't his people, because he was an asshole to these people.
But see, but the only asshole accounts come from the whites who saw it. So maybe that's something that they portrayed in public.
Right.
So in other words, bro, when we first started hustling out here, dog, we didn't dress up like no dope dealers, dog. We dressed up like we was going to work every day.
Right, the hustlers.
You see what I'm saying? So I
Yeah.
wondered if that was a front that he put on in public. I was just throwing that out there, but go ahead, bro.
It could have been a front, we don't know. But what we do see is that it's the whites giving speculation for why he's doing some of the things he's doing. They saying that the animosity that the slaves had could have been because, they was bummy, they wasn't getting much money and he was so hard on them. But they gave the opposite reason for that. They saying that he was hard on them because they hated him. I'm saying they had to hate him for a reason.
Right. But check these numbers out, right? The man who started out life as a slave archived financial success. His wealth was 90% greater than white neighbors in Sumter District. In the entire state, only 5% owned as much real estate as Ellison. All right, now they ain't just talking about blacks, they talk about everybody in the 1860s.
Mm-hmm.
His wealth was 15 times greater than that of the state's average for whites. And Ellison owned, check this out, and Ellison owned more than 99% of the South slaveholders. He never archived a monopoly. Yeah, that motherfucker was smart. In Statesburg, but the highest producing slave owner in the country. Without slaves, Ellison could never gotten past the income of a tradesman. With the slave, he accomplished the security of no other.
Mm-hmm.
What you think about that, bro?
I think he achieved that because he was practicing some things that the other slaveholders were not practicing. Mind you, this dude came from the same time period that we was talking about, where most of the slave owners was black women.
Black women. So now, how you own more than the black one? You see what I'm saying? So that's why the timeline means everything. This timeline means everything. So now this look like where he get his money from right here. Although successful slave owner and cotton farmer, Ellison major source of income came from slave breeding. Remember I told you that?
Mm-hmm.
This motherfucker,
there you go,
having a slave farm.
Mm-hmm.
He breeding.
That's that practice right there.
You know that movie Django, when them boys, you know what I mean? When them boys was fighting to see what kind of type of Negro that they got, you know what I mean? A warrior or whatever, you know what I mean? That they got.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Feel me? That they saying this was based on his type of shit, his type of methodology that he was living.
It fits.
Mm.
And there you go. In the very next line, they tell you why he gained an advantage over everybody else.
Facts.
Throughout the South, slave breeding was looked down on with disgust. He began slave breeding in 1840.
1840.
That's the same time period where
was ahead of the game. He was selling them up north.
He started flipping them.
He
started breeding them and flipping them.
Human trafficking.
Yep. Human trafficking.
William Ellison, you got to come before the motherfucking American Indian court for human trafficking. Since you're no longer alive. Everything was passed on, you know what I mean, to your kids. So, you know what I mean? Y'all got to come forward. And this is human trafficking at its finest. This is worse than POW, bro.
That's right.
This is worse than POW. He's selling these as kids. He ain't even waiting till they get older. He's selling them as kids. That's why he said that the people, his so-called slaves that he had, was mad because he was selling their babies away.
Among other things, he was selling their babies. He wasn't feeding them. He wasn't really buying them clothes.
None of that shit, dog.
That's why they was running away.
None of that shit, dog.
He considered them property. See, that wasn't his family.
Word. Check this shit out. On one occasion, Ellison hired the services of a slave catcher. According to the account by Robert N. Andrews, a white man who purchased a small hotel in Statesboro in 1820, hunted down one of his valuable slaves in Belleville, Virginia. He stated, "I was paid $77.50 returning the slave and $74 for the expenses." Now, just so people didn't think I was lying that he was with the Confederacy during the Civil War, the Ellison family actively participated and supported the Confederacy. A black Confederate right here, y'all. So don't tell me ain't no black Confederates. Y'all stop that. Y'all stop that. Y'all please stop that.
They got to be out of their mind to say that.
Y'all, and let me double down on it. On March 27, 1863, John Wilson Buckner, William Ellison, oldest grandson, enlisted in the 1st South Carolina Artillery. Buckner served in the company of the Captains P.P. Gallard and A.H. Boykin, local whites who knew that Buckner was black, but overlooked this factor because of Ellison's family's prestige and money. His race status will change to honorary white.
Drop a bomb. When we just talking about that.
White skin, black mask, goddamn.
There you go.
Hey, listen, man, I don't know, man. Hey, I mean, y'all still with me, man? I don't know if y'all still with me. I don't know if my internet acting up, man. They might be doing something to me, man. You know what I'm talking about?
Let's go.
Word. This is 1863, the beginning of the Civil War, y'all. The beginning.
Now we got an honorary white. How do you put that on the census?
Oh my God. His race status was changed to honorary white.
Right. So now what about his descendants? They white too.
But check it though. The honorary is in quotes. So that being honorary, they're being sarcastic, like, damn, they honorary
Exactly.
gave him the status white. But we know it ain't no honorary white. So we already know his race status just turned strictly white.
Facts. Facts. And I bet you his descendants was white from that point on.
You goddamn right. You goddamn right. Because of their status. Remember, I just told you your status. And we keep telling them that, yo, yeah, you will see black people labeled as white on some census because of their status.
There you go.
Especially when you're dealing with Confederates. And look what they say. He was wounded, but he was praised by his former Confederate soldiers as being a faithful soldier.
And I got proof that they did this on deep up into the 1900s.
The crazy shit is, though, this William Ellison's oldest grandson. Why his name ain't Ellison? Why his name Buckner? So is this from one of his daughters that married somebody named Buckner? You understand what I'm saying? This is his oldest grandson. If anything, his oldest grandson supposed to keep that Ellison name too. Because you know what? Your goddamn grandson carries the daddy last name. But now if it's his daughter that had a child, then the last name changed because Buckner was by marriage.
Yeah, but keep in mind, these people had the ability to change their name to match their status.
To match their status. Them boys might have been fucking deer hunters. You know, that's why they got the name Buckner.
Right.
You know what I mean? I'm just saying. And what's crazy is this PP Gilliard. We got Gilliard Auditorium down here. We got William Gilliard down here, who's a state representative down here, man. And man, let me tell you, this brother started a program for the summertime, man, as far as get AC to people who need ACs for the summertime. And he give them out every year, man, to people who need them, man. Shout out to William Gilliard. You know what I mean? Word. But this is crazy, though. This is crazy. Local whites who knew that Buckner was black but overlooked this factor because Ellison's family and prestige and money, his race status was changed to honorary white.
That's crazy work.
Y'all boy can hit the link, man. Man, I'm just having a bill, man. I done been on for 2 hours. I'm like, damn. You know what I mean? I've been on for 2 hours, man. Thompson, you can hit the link, but that's crazy. So
Shout
we don't
out to Eastern Realist. She was cracking their head yesterday.
You goddamn right she was, man. That's my baby sis, goddamn it. And she do it. And she do it because she loved to do it. You know what I mean? Man, listen, we don't need to hear nobody else asking us was black people being classified as white. Dosey done bang them boys in the head with this over and over. But now we can see from a black slave owner that his grandson was called honorary white. Shout out to the honoraries, man.
That's a little bit different than an honorary degree.
Right. Word. Oh, word. Word, the honorary degree. That is crazy. An honorary white, man. Damn, man. Man.
That's
Hey,
bananas.
yeah,
And
man.
that happened to my family. I
Right.
got family that's honorary white. Ain't that a bitch?
So now you just asked me. You just asked me. so I'm showing you somebody before before the time period that you told me about.
For real.
Me, did I see that? Yeah, bro. Depending on your status. That's why I tell you, bro. It's the status. So if you see that in the status, dog, that means your peoples them could have been fair-skinned Indians and they was getting liquorship done, and because of their status, bro. Or because of their status.
So I got pictures of some honorary white niggas.
Hey, today they would call that the boule.
Right?
Oh, Masons. They would call that today Masons or boule, bro. Good word. Am I not lying, bro?
No, that's right.
That's facts, right?
These motherfuckers probably became the first members of Sigma Phi Pi. Or
They
Pi Phi,
created
whatever the hell it is.
it. They created it. Honorary fraternity. Oh shit. Oh shit. That right there hurt a lot of people though, right there, man. For real. That just that paragraph right there, bro. Just that paragraph right there.
Man, you got me looking through my photos. I want to see these honorary white niggas.
That motherfucker black as a motherfucker. Red than a motherfucker, dog. Red,
I'm gonna
brown,
show y'all.
dog. But their status is white. So if they status white, bro, you could your people own some shit. Dog, you need to come back for everything they owe. Word, cuz. You need to come back for everything they owe. That was, and you wonder why. And you wonder why some people say, oh, man, when we traced it back, man, and I going back and I seen them, they was white people. Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. I hear you. I hear you. So check it, bro. Say this is happening in the 1600s, right? Where you got these people getting classified as white or whatever like that, bro. Or you got these mixed kids that's mixed with different things, right?
Right.
So say at the beginning of that paragraph I read, keep it in the family, where they just mix mulattoes mixed with mulattoes to brighten up. I know that's what they was doing, to try to get rid of the darker shit and to get the lighter side, but still got the bloodline. You understand what I'm saying? That ties them to the land.
Mm-hmm.
So imagine this keep happening from 1600s to 1900s where we are today. Dog, you will literally roll up on one of your ancestors and they can literally be blonde hair and blue eye at this point.
Facts.
Huh?
Check out the honorary whites.
No. Okay. All right. I'm pulling it up right now. Let me pull mine down. Let me add this. What the hell? Number fucking Indians. Number Indians.
Look, her right here in the middle.
Yeah.
This the one that's classified as white.
See, she got that paper too. Look at that fur. She got
Yeah,
that money. She got a mink on, bro.
yeah.
Boy, your
She ain't
people.
the only one. Look over
Oh,
here. Look at her little sister.
Hey, listen. Oh yeah, they got that paper. Hey, dog, look
This
at
her
this.
mama
Dude.
right here.
And she got a mink on.
Yeah.
So that let you know how to. Boy, listen. All them boys got mink on. So that let you know how that they all tied in.
Yeah.
And
They all
everybody.
getting money.
Hey, check out big dude in the back. Big dude
Yeah.
is like fucking 6'8".
Yeah, that's my Uncle Mel.
That motherfucker like 6'8", bro.
Mm-hmm.
Dude right here to the left of him, that motherfucker look like motherfucking mafia status. Yup,
Now,
right
my
there
mother
to the left,
told me,
right over the checker road, right over the checker dress, the checker jacket.
my mother told me that these people were rumored to be Blackfoot and Tar Heel.
I don't doubt it. In North
I don't
Carolina,
either.
yes. See, Blackfoot and Tar Heel kind of one and the same.
Right.
Yeah, they kind of one and the same, bro. Dog, these been some successful motherfuckers. for them to take a picture, and it's that many of them.
Right. Hold on. Let me see if I can show you the census record.
Damn, and the what's going on? Most hated, bronze flat power, peace and love. Man, I hope y'all share this out, man. Man, you know what I'm talking about. And make some shorts and share them shorts out, man. Tim Washington just came through with some fire. He just showed us a goddamn chestnut ass lady who was getting classified as white. And now I looking at her stature and her daughters, them boys, and her mother. All them boys got on black coats with fur around it. Everybody else don't got that. That's stature.
Crazy. Some of them listed as mulatto, some of them listed as colored, and some of them listed as white.
Fucking liquor shit at its finest, bro. Liquor shit at its finest. That let you know we wasn't chalking that shit up. They was looking at your status. Listen, your peoples could have been seriously like grinding in the neighborhood, dog, and could have been paying the police. Cause dog, my grandmama used to do it. My great grandfather used to do it, dog. You know what I mean? Them boy used to pay the fucking police off to just pay them no mind because they had a little hole in the walls and they had moonshine shit. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
You only had like 1 or 2 cops at the time. You feel me? And the third cop that became on the force, shit, he was right out the neighborhood. So he would be the only one they seen in the neighborhood. You feel me? But that's crazy, bro. That's crazy that they did that. Let me put this back up for those of y'all who just coming in. William Ellison, oldest grandson, enlisted in the 1st Carolina Artillery. Buckner served in the company of Captains P.P. Galliard and A.H. Boykin, local whites who knew that Buckner was black, was but overlooked these factors because of the Ellison's family prestige and money. His race status was changed to honorary. Matter of fact, I just need to highlight that right there. Honorary white. We don't need nobody else asking us if our people was getting classified as white. We don't need to hear that no more. We done brought it out, dog. It's a status thing. At some points.
I'm gonna find that census record.
It's a color thing. But at some points, it's a status thing. You feel me? But I noticed, though, it's only a status thing when it comes to people with complexion. If you white, you white. You know what I'm talking about? But if you Indian with any kind of complexion, you had to fit a certain criteria in order to be in that white classification.
You needed some bread.
Yeah, other than that, your ass black, nigga. And I wouldn't be surprised if we don't run into some shit later where they was calling the poor whites blacks.
So basically what they was trying to do is, you ain't had no money, you African.
You African, bro.
You African. You a booty scratcher.
You African, bro. Word. Let me see. Let me see if I can bring this up. Let me see if they let me bring this up real quick. Ooh, oh, they let me do it. Oh, my man. My man. Oh, they let me. Oh, they ain't even fucking with my internet. None of that. So check this out right here. The myth of the lost white tribe that created a global racial class or caste system. Pseudoscientific theories about a perfect race. Ooh. Man. Hey, man. Hey, listen. Hey. So this is the beginning of a caste system, bro. All right. And the caste system started from the lost white tribes that they was finding in Africa, bro.
You sharing something?
Huh?
You sharing something? It ain't on the screen.
Right. Boom. Here we go.
All right.
The myth of the lost white tribe that created a global racial caste system. This is where the scientific people, you eugenics motherfuckers, those are pseudoscientists per se. This is pretty much how race kind of started. You know what I mean? So and check out who it was started by, bro. So in the 1700s, that's 18th century, y'all. German anonymous or anatomist. Yeah. Oh, anatomist. Okay. Johann Blumenbach kept a collection of 250 human skulls. But he found one skull particularly enchanting. My beautiful typical head of a young Georgian female, he wrote, always of itself extracts every eye. So Blumenbach kindled scientific interest in whiteness when he claimed to have found 5 distinct varieties of mankind in his collection. While he thought these varieties, which he called races in 1795, were more or less equal in character and intelligence, Blumenbach ranked them in terms of what he saw as their physical perfection. taken from the body of his unnamed Georgian woman in the Caucasus. Blumenberg's favorite skull became the basis of his Caucasian race. And with that, a scientific typology of whiteness was born. So y'all want to know where white race come from? Right up.
His fascination of skulls.
Right here, that he found in the Caucasus. He created. Right here, y'all. Eugenics at its finest. He's one of them. Don't get it fucked up. Hitler was reading his works too. Supporting the hierarchy theories of the new race science took works which can be seen in the strange and retrospective unbelievable discoveries of lost white tribes that proliferated in the late 19th and early 20th century, with none of these clans provide to be white in the racial sense intended by explorers. The legacy of these lost tribes continued to quietly but inevitably shape the lives of millions of people from Rwanda to India. So Blumenbach, you trying to tell me you found white Caucasus skulls from Rwanda to India, bro?
How you know they was white?
Hey, he created race.
He made it up.
I just told you, he created race.
Yeah, he made it up right there.
He made it up right there, 1795.
His fascination was a skull. He don't know what the skin on that was.
Right. So he created the Caucasian race. So them boys in the 19th and 20th century, they found the lost white tribes.
But we got black Caucasians today. So there was black Caucasians then. What's his fascination to the skull? He made it up.
Oh, check this out, man. The lost tribes. Boy, this almost sounds like I'm about to say the lost tribes of Israel. My man. The lost tribes grew out of the Blumenbach's central theory. The Caucasians was the original human type, a form that changed, or in his words, degenerated into other racial forms as Caucasians migrated from an ancestral homeland in the Caucasus Mountain to other areas of the world where they encountered the effects of new climate. So now, y'all same people who out here that got that theory that we devolving and all that shit here because we started mixing with them, well, goddamn, they thought the same about us. Once them motherfuckers started mixing in and going other places, they felt they degenerated. Dog, this is the same ideology that the Aryan Brotherhood has.
But they got a problem.
Go ahead, bro.
They got a problem. Their problem is that life can't begin in the Arctic. So they had it backwards. The climates that we was migrating out of was hot to cold, not cold to hot.
But you know that the Caucasus Mountain is just upper Turkey.
Yeah. It's upper Turkey.
That's where Noah's ship landed at.
According to their theory, though.
This is where this theory is coming from to me.
That explains why we got black Caucasians. But according to them, they gained their skin color from being in the Arctic.
Right.
So they had to have it backwards.
Right.
That migration was the other way around, and they're the evidence of it.
But he's saying, hell no. Them motherfuckers came out the Caucasus Mountain. That's why they call Caucasian. And they ass turned to something different. They degenerated. He said they dumbed down pretty much. They dumbed down. They dumbed down when they started going other places and breeding with other people.
So he would have to subscribe to an out of Europe theory then.
That's what he's subscribing to.
Which that couldn't have happened. The Garden of Eden wasn't in the Arctic.
Now, so in other words, in other racial forms, as Caucasians migrated from their ancestral homeland in the Caucasus Mountain to other areas of the world where they encountered the effects of new climate, the idea was bolstered by British scholar William Jones, who believed he had unearthed evidence of an original human type form he studied of languages, finding structural similarities among ancient languages of the West, Latin, Celtic, ancient Greeks, and Celtic is the Vikings, y'all. Don't get it fucked up. And the East, Old Persian, Sanskrit, that'd be your Phoenicians, your Babylonians, all of them right there. He posited an early homeland for humankind somewhere in the lands that lay in between. That such a homeland was close to the Caucasus, as in Blumenbach's hypotenuse, as well as Mount Ararat, just like I told you, the biblical sites of the homeland for those who survived the flood. Noah gave weight to the idea that humanity emerged in the Central Asia, then migrated outwards to populate other regions of the world by the late 19th century. This ancient people of Central Asia have been given a name.
So they need the Bible to confirm that theory.
So, y'all people who claim in Hebrew Israelite, Black Hebrew Israelite, my bad, who claim in Black Hebrew Israelite, you can't take the goose without taking the gander. So now, your goose is that you are Israelite. You say, oh, everybody from Israel was black. Okay, all right. If you want to say that, cool. That's your goose. Now, your gander is that your story is based out of goddamn Mount Ararat, out of Turkey. And they was white. Caucasians, per se. Let's just say Caucasian. Mount Ararat is where Noah supposedly, where his ark landed at after the water seceded. And him, Lot, Japheth, and Ham, not Lot, damn. Damn, I said Lot. I'm thinking about Abraham and Lot. My fault. That was about Noah, Ham, Shem, and Japheth. And they ladies started all life. That's the Caucasian story. That's the biblical story. That is what they call their history. The Arnons or the Aarons. The crazy shit is that they landed in Asia. Now we know this part of Asia turns into Ottoman lands, Ishmaelites type shit. Correct, brother Tim Washington? Correct.
That's correct.
Wrong. All this turns into Ottoman land after the time of Abraham. So, like, these are Ishmaelites, Abraham's first son. So, how can they be white? And then later on down the line, they all get colored. How can they explain that?
They can't. They trying to use the Bible as a history book.
Even with their book, I use their book against them. And boy, listen, boy, I be on it. Look at this shit right here. The idea that the white race had once existed in Central Asia and left their home to conquer the world was not popularized merely by zealots and xenophobes, but also by the leading members of the scientific community. Among scholars of Africa, it was called the Hermetic hypothesis, after Ham, son of Noah, who was mistakenly identified as the common ancestor as all African people. Egyptologists call it the dynastic race theory. Linguistics described it as the Aryan invasion theory. And among European anthropologists, it was called the Nordic race theory. Nordic is Vikingish too. While each of these theories has its own variations, they are all promoted the idea that a light-skinned, racially superior population left its ancestral homeland to conquer Europe, Africa, and Asia in the ancient past. My
But
God.
got a problem though.
My God.
Out of that bunch that they named, Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, Noah was the only white dude.
That's crazy work.
Ain't that correct? Wasn't Noah the only white dude?
Well, oh man.
Noah was white with some funny color eyes, some blue eyes. One of their books say. Shem, Ham, and Japheth was colored.
Big dog Philly OG retarded talking about that super family. I know you talking about earlier with the other shit I brought up earlier. You crazy big dog Philly OG. You sick. Oh shit. But that's crazy though. And they say the scientists got the Hermetic hypothesis. So even the scholars of Africa think that they came from Noah. That's crazy. They had Hermeticism. It was praying to multiple deities before the what you want to call them? Noahlites?
They call them the flood theorists, don't they?
The Floodites? Before the Floodites, you know what I mean? Before the Floodites, man, you know what I mean? You had other spiritual systems. So for these people of Africa to be calling it Hermetic theory, to say that everybody that's black or everybody that African people come from Ham, that's crazy work. That's indoctrination 303, goddamn it. Y'all, yeah. That's why y'all helped write the book. Because matter of fact, I understand why they said that, because the Greeks probably been in there at that time. Alexander been done coming in and helped them boys push the Persians out, you know what I mean? And, you know, the Babylonians and or whatever you want to call them, the Hittites, they been done push them boys out and shit like that, which, so if them boys came in with their Greek mythology and then they started mixing in, which we know the Ptolemies, started mixing in with the Africans, and they started bringing their deities and mixing deities together and shit like that to come up with a common deity to worship and shit like that. So if that was going on, then this will have to be when Christianity like came through there, when Christianity swept the land, in order for them to have this Hamite type style of religion. You understand what I'm saying, bro?
Yeah,
So,
well, they had to back up their views and opinions with something.
it was something.
They had
And
to blame their racism on something.
and you know what? Me and the brother was just talking today. So not only with racism, they also had to blame the reason why they think they was kings on something. So they also used this, and they also used that book to claim their lineage.
Their religious lineage.
Their religious lineage, correct. Correct. you correct. You with me. You can see that right there, bro. Goddamn eugenics. Like I said, hold up. Let me see if I can blow it up. Can you see that, bro?
Yeah, I got to go full screen, but I can see it.
You read that paragraph right there for me? You want to read that paragraph right there?
Yeah, I got you. Not all scientists subscribe to these theories, how human races were related. If they were related, remained a matter of debate in the 19th century. Scientists also disagreed about the extent of racial difference. Was it a superficial attribute of skin and hair, or did it touch the deeper qualities of temperament and intellect? Finally, there were doubters, the most prominent of whom was Charles Darwin, who thought that the homeland of the human species lay elsewhere, probably in Africa. Still, these voices of dissent barely impacted the seductive idea of the ancient white invasion. By the turn of the 20th century, it was lodged firmly within the fields of linguistics, physical anthropology, and among African scholars, history and archaeology.
All right. So in case people didn't know, these boys did not like Darwin's theory of evolution that life started in Africa.
Right.
They was banning him. They went against Darwin. People don't even know that, dog. People just be saying Darwin, he started eugenics, but Darwin was studying animals. He was never studying people. His predecessors, them boys started, his successors or whatever, started whatever the fuck you call it. The people after this motherfucker, the one who started, his family members, the ones who started wanting to test people, which was their own people. You know what I mean? To start this selective breeding shit. So it wasn't him. So he got plenty of pushback from his own fucking kind, them, because he was saying life started in Africa. And they were saying, hell no, life started in Turkey, bitch. You going against the church. To go against Turkey, to go against God. Church is to go against God, goddamn. He going against not only the church, he's also going against Islam too. Because now Islam's saying the first man is Asiatic.
He would be going against all the Abrahamic religions.
All the Abraham religion. So to go against church is to go against God. And this and boy, listen, Darwin had major pushback. I remember in school, dog, they said that Darwin's theory was like a fucking theory and is not one to believe. They told us don't believe Darwin's theory. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
So Darwin, like in the middle, it's like Darwin is fucked up because of the study that he did, and his information got put in the wrong hands. So that's how Darwin is looking fucked up. But they don't know it was another motherfucker with the last name Darwin who really pushed this eugenics, him and that bitch. You know what I mean? Really pushed eugenics to where it came to people. And then he got hold to these goddamn abolitionists in the South and that had a college, Tuskegee, and they started doing this eugenics shit on our own people. They even paid some of them. Them damn black nurses who came from Garvey. But now, let me stop. Let me leave that alone, man. Well, I'm right. Sometimes I be talking too goddamn much, man.
His theory didn't make sense from the beginning. They just tried to use it and make it work for their purposes. But how you gonna say one strain of one monkey evolved, but the rest didn't?
Mm-hmm. And why they not evolving now to this day? What changed?
Exactly.
Why mammal ain't evolving to this day to where he got fins one day with a tail and then he grow legs?
Everything evolved until it stopped.
You talking about a tadpole that turned from a tadpole to a frog?
Right.
That's evolution to me. Cause that motherfucker turned from one thing to another. A damn caterpillar that turned into a butterfly, that's like what I would call evolution, bro. From one thing to the next.
Right. Right. Not just developing traits. You have to turn from one thing to another.
One thing to another. As far as us, I feel it's adaptation. We adapted from where we started from to where we at now. And adaptation came with being one with your surroundings. You know what I mean? Depending on where you was at, you adapted.
But is adaptation a physical trait though? Because they find in modern humans way back in time. They don't really have any evidence that our skeletal structure changed at all.
No, I don't see with adaptation. I don't think your structure changed. I think your way of thinking changed. Your way of life changed.
Right.
So you adapt to your surroundings, your environment.
Maybe your hair texture or something.
That's it. Your skin tone might change. You know what I mean, or something like that. And then that will make sense because right now today, dog, if you move from one place to another and you've been there for certain long, that can change your DNA makeup, correct?
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
Okay. All right, then. So we on the same page then. We on the same page.
Yeah, but like you said, that's adaptation. That's not evolution.
That's not evolution. That's adaptation. You know what I mean? That's adaptation. All right. So let's check this out. Elsewhere in Africa, explorers identify clans that they believe to be remnants of earlier white conquering force, while Morton Stanley describes his encounter with a white race of Africa that lived in the West Lake Victoria in the Arctic Islands, like my brother said earlier, the Arctics above North America. Huh? Whoa.
Drop another bomb. Drop another bomb.
Hey, that's why I need to start making these shows a little shorter, man, because our attention span is fucked. We're not, you know what I mean? Until people get to know who you is, then they'll start coming and watching you build for an hour, 2 hours, and shit like that. But until then, dog, you gotta hit them with small things.
Right.
elsewhere in Africa, explorers identified clans that believed to be the remnants of an early white conquering force. Henry Morton Stanley described his encounter with a white race of Africa that lived in the mountains west of Lake Victoria and the Arctic islands above North America. Vladimir Stefanson reported finding a tribe of blonde Eskimos in Panama.
Hold on. Panama on the other side of the equator, ain't it? Not the Eskimos. Eskimos in the tropics now, right?
Hey, listen now. Hey, these people seen these people, man. They seen these people. You know what I mean?
He went from Lake Victoria to now this motherfucker down by the equator.
Yeah. So Stanley, which the Stanley Cup in hockey, you feel me?
What type of horse was he riding on?
I don't know, but in the mountains of west of Lake Victoria, right? In the Arctic islands above North America.
But he got down to the tropics before the end of the paragraph.
So Stanley described that he encountered a white race of Africa that lived in the mountains of West Lake Victoria. That's in Africa now. And then it said in the Arctic islands above North America, Vladimir said that he saw a tribe of blonde Eskimos. So this is a whole nother explorer right here, or a writer who said that he saw the blonde Eskimos over North America. Stanley said that he saw a white race of Africa in the mountains of Lake Victoria.
Okay, so them blonde Eskimos was in North America.
Right.
Okay.
Right. And then in Panama, Richard Marsh returned to the United States with a family of white Indians
that he brought from.
No, this is a whole nother explorer right here. In Panama, Richard Marsh returned to the United States with a family of white Indians. So they saying he brought some white Indians from Panama.
Wow. They Indians. They white. What was these vanilla colored Indians?
So now, if y'all want to say all us over here black because we had contact with Africa a long time ago and they been came over here, what y'all gonna say about these white Indians? Y'all saying these white people was traveling before y'all, or they was traveling with y'all too?
I know the question they gonna ask.
What that?
Are these honorary white Indians?
Oh,
how much bread they have? These honorary whites or what?
Oh shit! Oh shit! The white. Shout out to the honorary white man. Boy, these boys got the out of Europe theory, boy. Fuck Africa, boy. This the out of Europe theory.
It's out of the Arctic theory.
Out of the Arctic. But there go your skulls. Right there. There go your skulls.
So they saying that the Garden of Eden That them trees, the tree of knowledge and the tree of life was growing in ice.
Check these boys' skull print out, yo.
They put on some ice covered fig. Them fig leaves had icicles on them.
Oh. Oh. Mm. Mm, 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 mm. Check out this shit right here, what this shit say. Across the world, colonial officials categorize people. Alu, Maori, Tutsi, Brahmin, or Brahmin. Ooh, after Brahmin. According to their supposed connection to an ancestral white race. While others, Hutu, Pygmy, Dravidian, aliens or whatever, Ati, were labeled native or black, creating
So you telling me the Tutsis was white?
Huh?
The Tutsis up there.
Mm-hmm.
Those was Tutsis was white?
Hey, according to their supposed connection to the ancestral white race. That's why I tell them boys, man, when they talk about, man, OTK, you a con. But y'all don't even know the history of the con people, boy. They ain't from Africa, bro. They moved there.
So the Tutsis must have been black Caucasians.
So if they weren't Africans and they moved there, and now y'all calling the con Africans. So now, when I say, well, damn, dog, it was 1 million white motherfuckers inside Africa. So if they moved to Africa, why they not Africans?
Right. If you look up all those people, ain't none of them white.
Man, the Tutsi and the Hutu, that's crazy. Because the Hutu and the Tutsi, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't they warring with each other with that Hotel Rwanda?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, they was.
So is this why they warring against each other?
Unless, okay, is there a difference between Tutsi and Watutsi?
Bruh, is this why they warring against each other? Because the Tutsi is a mixed race?
Could be.
So you telling me this right here, this caste system could have caused that fucking war? Now I gotta watch Hotel Rwanda over again. You remember that movie, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Hotel Rwanda with Don Cheadle?
Yeah.
Yeah. The Hutu and the Tutsi was warring, and they supposed to be family. But they was warring with each other, bro.
The Tutsi people is dark.
And what's crazy is that the Tutsi people that's dark in there was the one who the UN was coming to help. And the Hutu was the one coming to kill their ass, correct?
Correct.
So here we go right here, bro. This shit right here created a global racial caste system that was enforced through European and colonization, bro.
But if you look up them people, it shows that all them people that they're saying is white, ancestral white, they ain't got no white in them.
They damn sure don't show it, bro.
Now the Brahmin, they look like they black Caucasian, like, you know, they got the straight hair and the Caucasian phenotype.
Yeah,
they got brown skin too.
Right. They more brownish. They more on the brownish side. Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, while there's little doubt that explorers were seeing real physiological difference among different groups, they were interpreting them according to the categories of race imagined by Blumenbach and filtered through popular ideas of white ancestry. Whiteness, after all, is not a color. But
What an idea.
God,
There you go. Drop another bomb, dog.
we just shooting arrows all over the place, goddamn. Wild ass Indian, dog. We ain't even got the we just shooting them bitch all over the place. Word. There's simply no way to you trans-African to determine ancestry according to a person's pigment.
There it is. That's a new one for Sinetta right there.
You already know, bro.
If he's trying to be Aboriginal and African.
Listen, one day at a time. One day at a time, bro. Y'all, I'm
True
telling
indeed, bro.
you. One day at a time. I'm an Indian missionary, bro.
So,
Baptist boys is colonizers. I'm the missionary.
teach them how to bathe, bro. Teach them how to bathe.
Word, man. So explorers did what we so often do. Size people up by their hair, facial features, language, clothing, and comportment. In short, the discovery of white tribes was less an anthropological discovery than a physiological one. A research test in which Europeans confronted by figures that seems ambiguous made sense of them using deeply held beliefs about race and history.
I consider that a confession.
God damn, that's a confession.
That's a confession.
And I ain't even no goddamn pope. I ain't even no church pope for you to come to confession.
If you was, you'd be the black pope, damn it.
Oh man. This is crazy, man. Oh man. Oh man.
Man, you chopping their heads off at night, man. Sharice killed them during the day. Now you murdering them at night.
Oh man. This is crazy, man. But y'all make sure y'all go get this, man. It's a good read. It's called this is what it's called. The Myths of the Lost White Tribe. 2018. You know what I mean? It's 2018, but hey, it is what it is. You know what I mean? Definitely.
I like how they broke down the mythology of it all, though.
Oh, yeah. It. Yeah. And they showed us the very beginning of that motherfucker. You know what I mean? How the race started because of Blumenbach. You never hear his name, though. We always hear Darwin.
Right.
Your evolution, but we never hear Blumenbach. See, Blumenbach and Darwin was going. Blumenbach was trying to kill Darwin's theory. You feel me? This is the doctrine that these supremacists, these white supremacists go off of. They're the dominant race, and everything comes from them. You understand what I'm saying, man?
Meanwhile, it's not even factual enough to be a myth.
It's not even factual enough to be a myth. That's crazy. Damn. Your shit can't even be factual enough to be a myth. It's real sick, bro.
Right.
Man, shout out. I know Big Dog Philly OG loving this shit. Word. Big Dog Philly OG, I know he loving this shit. Word. So I'm gonna show this last thing right here. I'm gonna show this to you, bro. I'm gonna let you read this right here, and I want you to tell me what you think of this. Because what I'm doing is I'm showing motherfuckers a whole nother a whole nother way of thought to let you know, dog, that it's to the eyes of the beholder and who wrote it. So hold up, before I show you this shit, man. Let me play this real quick. I'm gonna play this real quick, Tim, man, and then I'm gonna show you this.
Constantly stressing, wondering if I chose the right direction. Nobody told me pain would leave an everlasting impression. So I go on my clip, that's my best protection. Coming up about the struggle, ain't nothing ever been beautiful under these coats of pain. I just make it look good to you, keeping my feelings inside cause I don't wanna hurt nobody. So I suck up my pride, I don't wanna hurt nobody. Hearing voices of grandma telling me to come down. So much of weight you brought, don't let your family down. With this load upon my shoulder, that gift I became a border. Thought it would change when I was older, baby, I'm a soldier. We came a long way to bathrooms, we never had them. Throw that shit up in the woods of country flushing. Thanks to this game, cause they got me living better. They try to stop my blessings, but I will never let them.
Yo, Coach Aton, them pop up in this thing with us, man. What's up with you, Coach?
What's up with it, OTK?
Man,
What up, there, Coach?
Hey, what's going on, brothers?
What's up, man? What a hey, listen, this Tim Washington, man. Coach is a passionate brother too. Me and him will butt heads sometime, but it's always after that day end, that's the end of that day. We don't take that over into the next day. Well, I know.
Yeah, Tim Washington, what's going on, brother? You know, pleasure.
Likewise, brother.
What's going on with your 8-time, man?
Man, I was
all is man.
I ain't gonna be up here long. I'm about to take it down. I just said, let me see who up here. Well, I go to bed, but I heard you know, some of these things I wanted to talk about real quick.
Mm-hmm.
And,
go ahead before I bring up this other body bag shit that I'm gonna bring up. Well, it ain't no body bag, but it's just something to put on your mind. But go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
I want to start with the comportment, right? So that definition, right, in that
paragraph that I just read with the comportment.
Comportment, it means a form of behavior, right? So now when you was reading this, because I want to get up to speed just real quick before I get to jumping off the window and all that shit, like what was the basis of that article you was reading?
Well, the last one was the beginning of race. and how race was created and who created it. The boy Blumenbach. So he was going against Darwin's theory of evolution, saying all life started in Africa. He was like, nah, all life started in fucking Europe and Turkey, bro, in the Caucasus Mountains.
So,
Aton said, yeah, he was using the Bible, and he was using the Bible to back him up, Aton.
Okay, so in the Caucasus, right? So everybody says that. I mean, our people pretty much says that the Caucasus Mountains was nothing but bottom feeders and hairy back people that couldn't write, speak, do anything.
Which from what the story goes, it was no people in the Caucasus Mountains because Noah and his 3 sons and their wives was the first people in the Caucasus Mountains.
Right.
So the Bible, right? So say the Bible, right?
right.
Yeah,
So
go ahead.
so is their ideology, is the Bible the foundation of that? I mean, if that's the case, if Noah and his 3 sons created the population and civilized what is to be known as, the Caucasus Mountains or Caucasia, did they talk about racism in that manner? You know what I'm saying?
Well, the only way they could back that theory up is with the Bible, because science is not supporting their theory. The archaeology and anthropology is not supporting it. So they throw the Bible in there to back up their theories.
Right. So that's their foundation. That's the point right there.
Right.
Yeah. How could that be their foundation when they really didn't have a language based on the narrative? The narrative about the Caucasus Mountains, troglodytes, all that type of thing, where you have people that pretty much didn't know about fire, didn't know about any cooking, any vegetation. Basically, what they lived off on was, a club and eating meat raw. They didn't cook. They didn't do nothing.
That's probably why they left up out of that motherfucker.
Yeah, that's a different time period, though. They're not saying that that's what happened to Noah's descendants. They would say that would be what happened to Ham's descendants.
Gotcha.
And then they got African scholars that's backing them up, doubling down on them.
Yeah. Right.
Saying that's the Hamitic theory. So that motherfucker described everybody who got their theory about how race became. So this dude Blumenbach was the creator of the white race, bro. From what I just read, what we just read just now, he was the creator of the white race. And it was 3 other people who found white races in different places.
Yeah, but in what you were saying, because I went back like a few minutes, right? I went up to speed. But what you had read was that whiteness wasn't an actual people; it was something else.
Idea. Whiteness wasn't a color, and it was more of an idea.
When did that get established though, OTK? Because I was just.
He said that he established the white race, 1795?
Yeah.
Right. So, that's reconstruction. That's
But that ain't over here. He talking about over there. Because they found the skulls over there, like these bones and shit. He found them over there. So yeah, we still over there. We not over here with our time, like what's going on over here. But we know what's going on over here. But at the same time, these fucking Germans and shit like that are doing their thing.
That's the cold thing, though, right?
Right,
Because
right.
if it was established somewhere else,
Uh-huh.
and we feel the full effect of it here,
Mm-hmm.
uh, that was the one thing that made me jump. I said, "Hold on, let me come up over here. Let me holler at him real quick, so I can have a couple questions. Just just think about it, right? Common sense.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
If it was established in the Caucasus,
Mm-hmm.
but we feeling the full effect here, right? Racism is in full effect here. It's nowhere else. The caste system, all that stuff, right?
I
So
wouldn't say that, bro. I wouldn't say it's not nowhere else. It started over there. The whole caste system started over there, bro.
It's still over there too.
They was Bible. They was religious as a mother effer over there. So they was being on some religious caste system, and that religious caste system led into race caste system.
right. So
Who was
okay,
done the other one.
okay, you already know I'm gonna have some pushback, right? So
Hey, go ahead, bro. No, it's good
yeah,
pushback.
let's flow.
Go ahead, bro.
Let's flow, right? So if you look at it from this perspective,
Mm-hmm.
right? Everything, society, civilization, and everything, we pretty much established OTK that it started here. How can anything start anywhere else but here?
But see, Aton, I don't roll off of that theory.
Okay, all right, cool. I got you.
You
All right,
understand what I'm saying? So I keep an open mind. I don't believe in that theory that everything started over here.
all right. Okay, so
Now, is
yeah,
a
I got
lot of things that we took over there? Yes. But I don't believe that everything started over here. I believe in what they call it, multi-genesis or whatever like that. Multi-genesis
Right.
meaning life started all over the place, monogenesis or whatever, or
Right.
mono mean one. So polygenesis. I
Yeah.
believe in polygenesis, that life started in different places at different times, maybe at the same time, I don't know, but I believe life started in different places, bro.
All right. No, I'm with that. That's cool. I ain't got no funk with that. But what I would say is this, right?
Go ahead.
If, and this is just a if we have civilization, right, where you can actually trace back pretty much all of the natural resources, everybody can make a claim and it could be verified amongst all these different races and these nationalities and ethnicities to say that, well, America, those resources pretty much come from here. Now,
Okay.
if
I follow you.
that's the case, I don't totally
Mhm.
agree. But what I will say is that anything that history has told me from Department of Education
Mhm.
ideology, I don't believe it. I'm gonna believe the exact opposite. So
Right, right,
if
right.
right, so if that's the case, then if the dynamic of who we are and the origin of that, why couldn't that be established in a way where you say where the Caucasus couldn't establish anything at that time when they was just eating raw meat and couldn't even make fire? How can anything be established there when even prior to that, the Americas already had flourishing things and everybody was coming over here?
Well, I think that time that you talking about, I want to make sure that time you talk about with them making fires and eating raw meat, that would be more like in what they would call what the fuck they call it
Yeah, that's the
the Nicholson stage or whatever the
yeah,
fuck they
that's the that thing.
Noah. That would be before Noah.
Yeah, that would be before Noah.
Yeah,
But
that would be before Noah. So I understand what you're saying with that.
so so during that time, Noah at that time when his the flood happened and all that stuff, his his ship, his ark or his ship, planted himself in a place where everybody was pretty much done. It was pretty much him and his 3 sons.
Right, and they repopulated the earth.
And his wife repopulated the earth. So if that's the case,
his 3 sons and their 3 wives.
Yeah, their 3 wives too. But I mean, all I'm saying is that common sense, right? Realistically, realistically, is that realistic?
No.
Thank you.
No,
I heard no at the same time with 2 brothers. All right, cool.
You heard a reverberating no, bro.
That was a spiritual no. That was a spiritual no.
That was a no from the ancestors, bro.
Go ahead, Aton. You good?
You blew that out the water when you first came in.
That was a spiritual no. Y'all said no at the same time.
That was beautiful.
That was beautiful. Yeah, that was great. I didn't want to expect that. I wasn't expecting that one. Y'all said no at the same time. But what I would say is, if that's the case, then if the narrative is what it is in regards to these Caucasoids, right? Then how can we ever believe or even take as any type of fact or truth of any sort that what they're saying is true? I don't believe. I don't believe shit they say.
And I told Tim, and Tim is a witness. I tell him, I said, look, and you know this, Aton. I said, look, everything that I bring and I show, I don't necessarily believe, but I bring it and I show it out so we can read it and we can dissect it and we can find what we can take out of it. I don't necessarily believe what the fuck they I see them believing it as true because they're writing themselves in the history or whatever like that. But from my point of view, bro, I don't. It's hard to say what is true and what ain't true when it's coming from over there.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Well, their sciences are.
Go ahead, Tim.
Their sciences are shooting holes in those theories. They got new research coming out that is showing that their skin is not white and their hair is not blonde and their eyes are not blue due to evolution or environmental conditions. What their new research is showing is that their different characteristics is a collection of repetitive errors throughout their DNA chain.
So repetitive errors will mean like incest breeding.
In a sense, yeah.
You ain't gotta say it, but I said it.
I wasn't gonna go there, but if you did, yeah, that's what the research.
Hey, Tim, I'm a short bus shawty, bro. You know, you gotta break that shit all the way down, bro.
There you go.
Go ahead, Coach. It's on you.
No.
Tim, you was through, my bad.
Yeah, he keep going. Yeah, he keep going.
I mean, you know, I basically summarized it, but it's not necessarily incestuous, you know, as so much as it is them breeding with their own kind. You know, them errors might have came from one family, you know, back in ancient times, but today it's just due to errors collecting with them breeding with their own kind. Those errors are stacking up. That's what the new science is showing. Now, whether they come out and release that to the public or not is something different. I don't think they're proud about that.
But so check it, right? So now let's go to the Bible real quick. Let me start from the Bible real quick. The Bible is a genealogical book, correct?
Yeah.
It starts
for
off
me,
with
yeah.
We
got
such and such.
No, you're right. Yeah. I'm just saying, like, from my perspective, yeah, that's how I look at it.
So check
it. Definitely has a genealogical trees in it.
Okay, so check it. So all of these kings over there, France, Spain, Europe, Britain, wherever you wanna place them at, Wales or Scotland or Ireland, all these kings have ties to that book. Let me say that again. All of these kings say they got ties to the bloodline out that book. So what that's telling you, all of these kings are related.
Mm-hmm.
They all was fighting for the kings of the throne. That's what split up that's why they never was united. They never was united because one person had heir to the throne and they was trying to kill that motherfucker. He had to go somewhere else and start a kingdom somewhere else. And he came to try to reconquer that throne, and then he get that throne. That's how you see the king getting from one place to the next place, and they getting this because they was fighting their own goddamn family member. No different than what was going on in the book.
Well, okay.
It was
I'm not knocking that. I'm not knocking that at all, OTK.
Go
But
ahead. Yeah.
You got first and second kings, right? Right. First and second kings is very important. Then you got numbers, right? You got numbers.
Right. Mm-hmm.
You got Deuteronomy, you got Numbers, and you got you got the Song of Solomon, you got those things, right? Mm-hmm. And then once you get into
Songs of David.
Yeah, you got the Songs of David.
Right.
But there's when you get into first and second kings, first kings and then second kings, and then you got the removal, right? When when Xerxes and Darius and all them people started coming in, and then they started moving the 10 tribes out. Mm-hmm. This is where the shit became some nasty ass gumbo.
Mm-hmm.
In my mind.
But Xerxes them boys was the same family members.
That part. That's what I'm saying. This is where the shit became nasty gumbo. Food.
So Saul's wife, sister, was supposedly the last person who breeded with a fallen angel to have giants. Goliath mama. Do the research on Goliath mama. Goliath mama and King Saul wife was supposed to be sisters.
This is the reason why Saul got what he got.
Because of Samuel, your boy prophet Samuel gave him. See, back then the prophets gave them the throne. Whoever the prophets say in the name of God, you supposed to be head of this throne, is no different than what the Catholic Church started doing later on with the kings, with King Stuart and Edward and all of them boys, Henry and all of them. The Pope predicted over what they decided. The Pope picked out that bloodline and picked that bloodline out to be and kept it in status. You understand what I'm saying? It was no different than what Samuel was doing in that book, bro.
Mm-hmm. And how did they begin to protect their throne and ensure that their lineage will hold the throne?
Okay, so say me and Aton is brothers, right? Tim, you are daddy. Mm-hmm. I'm the oldest brother, Aton the younger brother. Mm-hmm. You die. Now I automatically take the throne because I'm the older brother or whatever like that, right? Mm-hmm. Aton is next in line. But if I have a son or sons, they push Aton back down farther. Mm-hmm. Because I got an heir. So you know what Aton would have did? Kill his own fucking nephews.
Baby. Maybe. But there's another way though.
Yeah, that's what they was doing. So
and this is what I was waiting on y'all to get to.
That's why you see some of these kings who know that they was having the throne and they had sons, they will send them off somewhere.
But hold on.
And had to hide out somewhere underneath another country's protection or something like that. But go ahead, bro.
There was another factor though. And there was also another practice. So at what point did they start practicing? Okay, so you take the throne because you the oldest. You have an heir. You have a son. Aton has a daughter. He sends his daughter to marry your son.
Right. But you know what? So the daughter would inherit the throne, but the son who she married, he will be the king.
Right.
9 times out of 10. See, now when you're talking about woman back in those times, woman was commodity.
Mm-hmm.
They married. The more daughters you have, the more unity that you can build with other kingdoms, because you marry your daughter off with other kingdoms to build up trust. Now, if I need to go to war with somebody, dog, you married to my daughter. Your son married to my daughter. You got to roll with me, because I'm gonna roll with you if you go into war.
So we know that this is what they did to make sure the throne stayed in the family, right?
And the woman, 9 times out of 10, the woman was the one who lived.
So wouldn't that explain? Well, I would say, let me say it like this. Couldn't that explain the collections of errors in their DNA?
Well, you got to look at it from this perspective, right? When you get into First Kings, right?
Mm-hmm.
Prior to that, I mean, you had Samson. You had these other stories and things that was going on. You had the Book of Judges and that came later, and so on and so forth. At the end of the day, the people started asking for kings based on where they left. Like,
Right.
there was chiefs,
Right.
the elders and the elders were the judges. That's where you get your 12, you get the jury, you got 12 in the jury, you got 12 in the box. Those are the people that decide when people come and make a claim. Those are the people that was right there. And then people started wanting a king because they could not. But even then, under the story, when people left Egypt, quote unquote Egypt, other people went with them that wasn't a part of that family, that wasn't a part of that faith.
Mm-hmm.
And they started bringing those ideas and those ideologies with that, and then people started incorporating it. And this is why the tribe of Judah and Benjamin separated, and then parts of the Levites and the Simeon, they separated because they was like, nah, we're not rocking with that.
I think they separated a little bit after that.
Yeah. I mean, later down the line,
but
later down the line. But it was an issue even in Egypt. If you actually know the story about Joseph, right? Like, they had, with that half Manasseh and Ephraim, they had a beef back then.
Even with Abraham.
Right. Exactly. The beefs has already been there, even with Lot.
Already been there. Facts.
Yeah, with Lot and all that stuff. The beef was already there. There was all that. It was all that friction at that time, and then it came to a head, and that's why you had the old, what you would call the. This is just my shit, y'all. This is just my shit. How I look at things. You had the old, what you call the Arab tribe, and all these people that was over there in what you consider to be Babylon, Samaria, which was, Shemites or whatever.
Persia.
How they was able to come and infiltrate.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? They was taking everything back over there. That's why they was able to get with the 10 tribes, because they was all still incorporating themselves, right? That's the old Japheth will dwell in the tents of Shem, and how they was able to move back over there, and they was able to infiltrate. But you had Judah and Benjamin, pretty much, and parts Levite that wasn't really with that business.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Reuben and all them boys. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, Reuben and all them. They was all through that time. They all had their own issues. But Judah was always with that. But Judah had Canaanite wives.
It was more than 10 tribes, though. It was like 12.
Right.
Because if I'm not mistaken, he had 12 kids.
Right.
Remember,
Yeah.
everything rolled on the 12.
Everything was rolling on the 12, and then
12.
Jacob was 13, right? You had
Yeah.
Reuben.
I don't know. I don't know about Jacob, but the Jacob came from Isaac.
Right, but Jacob had the 12 sons, right? So it was Jacob,
Yeah,
then you had Reuben,
if I'm not mistaken, yeah.
Simeon. Yeah, you had
Jacob.
Reuben, Simeon, Levi,
Levi.
Judah. You
Yep.
had Zebulon, you had Dan, you had
It's 12 of them.
Benjamin, you
Yeah.
had Joseph.
Judah. Was it Judah?
Yeah, I said Judah, but you had all. I can't think about the other ones, right? Because you had half this, half that. Then you had, Bela, his concubine. He had two concubines that was rolled with that. He had Jacob and Leah and so on and so forth. But with that being said, that's why I was saying, like, when you before First Kings,
You had Dan and Naphtali.
yeah, Naphtali. Yeah, you had
You had
Naphtali.
say Zebulon, right?
Right. You had Zebulon.
Issachar and Asher.
Issachar. Yeah, I missed those. Yeah, Issachar and Asher. Those are what I
Right.
missed.
So it was originally 12, but 2 of them didn't go with them to fight at one instance. And boy, them boys came back and pillaged their own people. They came back and took over them 2 tribes. And that's where you get the story where them boys say, man, don't leave nothing. Take everything, man. And that's where you also see like the story where they was taking these women and making them cut their hair or whatever like that and giving them time to mourn.
But why don't they never mention about Dinah, the daughter, their sister?
Right.
Who was that?
They nobody to them. Remember now, they've been done right woman out the book at this point.
There you go. So that's nobody. It's nobody to whoever. Yeah, it's nobody to whoever made the what they call it the different volumes, right? So there's a whole different volume or a different excerpt of that book. So somebody decided to take the woman out of it in order to maintain a bloodline of what they want it to be. This is the one thing I got, OTK and Trim, is simple fact is this. Somehow they had to figure out how to write the woman out in order to, taint the bloodline so nobody can find it. It's that patriarchal type of society that they created in order to wash out the mama. That's just how I kind of looked at it, because you have all these sons, you got all these men and men and men and men, and then there's always one woman in the picture, just one. But she has no voice, she has no name, she has nothing. But then when you get into the story of Deborah and Esther, obviously they was the ones that was actually making calls to these other people, right? When you're dealing with Darius or Xerxes or whoever these people was, when they actually let the 10 tribes go back home. You know what I'm saying?
Always was negotiating.
Yeah.
Always was. They always was, man. And and why you saying that, man, it's crazy how these boys be highlighting the men, because in the Bible, you are what your father is. You feel me? They don't go you are what your mother is. They go you are what your father is. You know what I mean? So that's why you don't never hear nothing about none of these famous like women in the Bible, like Deborah. You know what I mean? Who goddamn and these other women who was losing sons and because she lost her husband, and she was waiting for her sons to get old enough, and every time her son get old enough, she lose them, and to the point that man, she had to rally the troops up. You got people like that, man. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? The woman of Abel. See, ever since I don't know how ever since Eve was that's why they had to put that book first. Even though that book wasn't supposed to be first, Aton, they had to put that book first to create the narrative that women convince men to do evilness. But we know all through history, every strong man had a woman as his counsel that they will talk to and give them another point of view.
Right, wisdom.
That book took Mary out of it. That's what split the church up. That book took Mary out of it and said, yeah, Jesus wasn't born by Joseph. Jesus was born by Holy Spirit. So now it's Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. When it used to be the you know what I mean? Father, mother, and child.
Right.
You feel me? So
yeah,
Aton. So we just gotta look at things from a different man. Knowing what we know now, Aton, I can go back and read these books and look at it from a non-biased lens because we know what to look for. But boy, that's hard for a person who in belief. So it takes little conversations like this for us to break down the stories so they can really hear the stories, because they might just be church people or they might just be reading, and they got to understand like some shit in that Bible is real and some things are not. They're allegories. They're situations for you to put yourself in.
Yeah, that's true. And that's how people need to look at it. Like
that's how they need
there's
to
no
look
other way to there's no other way to look at it because we wasn't there.
We wasn't there, bro.
Right, but if you actually take not you, but the proverbial you, if you actually take the time to do your research, study, and read it front to back, back to front, then you'll be able to actually get a good idea of what it's actually saying.
Yeah.
And if we in 2025 and we trying to figure out about if God was a man or a woman, I mean, damn. Really?
Damn. Like, damn.
Like, really?
Real.
I mean, at this point in time, we know that this is a patriarchal society, right? We all know that even if it was a matriarchal society, the men protect the house.
Facts.
So I mean, you're not getting around that. It's hard taking bubble gum, goddammit.
Right. You gotta have both,
like, there's no getting around that. It's hard taking bubble gum. Like, we coming to get it. We coming to get it. We gonna go get it, and we bringing it back. And then the women's gonna do what they do. Mama gonna be mama. You know what I'm saying? She gonna get your ass. She gonna holler at you. She gonna take care of them babies, and she gonna run that nigga out the house. If you getting ass backwards, nigga, like I don't want to around my babies, like that. I don't think that ever changed in life. OTK, you feel me? I think things that are today always was.
Always was, bro. Always was. Always was, bro. Just the times change, so little things change, but it's still the same behavior. I agree with that, Aton. So, Aton, check this out. If it wasn't a woman, if y'all want to say God is a man, if it wasn't a woman beside God, why would he create Adam, the first Adam and Lilith? Why would he create man and woman?
Yeah, because I mean he's seen that in his own image.
Because it was balanced.
I thought he was creating something in his own image, right? So
right.
If it's in his own image, right, that means that he had that sister sitting next to him. They was like, you know what? I think we need to go ahead. Something didn't happen, a cataclysm. We don't know what the fuck went on. Let's just talk some crazy shit. Cataclysm went on. It was just a man and a woman left, and they survived like Adam and Eve, but they had no children. Yeah, well, we got to figure out how to create some old people.
Right.
Well, we need to create them in our own image. So I need one like me, and we need one like you. Probably had a fifth on the motherfucking table and shit. You know what I'm saying? Who the fuck knows? You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
Might have been.
where the fuck super dumbass at, man? The church doors are always open.
Man, you know where his dumb ass at? His head is where his ass is at.
That's where his ass is at. Hey Tim, you good?
Yeah.
You good with the book too, bro? You pretty good with the book?
Uh, define good with the book.
I mean, like you know the book, like you don't have to name the scriptures like, oh, Isaiah 22:2. See, no, not like that. But yeah.
I know a little something about it. I
Okay.
ain't no biblical scholar or nothing, but you know.
Nah. I'm not a. Hey, listen, I'm a biblical master student, bro.
Okay.
I'm a master student at everything I do.
Yeah,
You
I'm like this. How I deal with the Bible is, when I studied, I had to put it in a dumbed down place where I can understand it. Because you got thoueth and witheth and
Yeah, that's the Bible we grew up off of, Coach. Hey, Coach, that's the Bible we grew up off of. Tim, I don't know how old you is, but if you in that full range, that full range, you know what I mean? We grew up with the Thou art thee, thou, that old Shakespeare writing.
Oh, I'm old school, bro. I'm
All right,
old.
so we grew up off that Shakespeare Bible too, what Aton talking about. Go ahead, Coach.
Yeah, I had to figure out what the hell. I had to figure out what that meant first. I was like, with it. I said, why is there an ETH after with it and thou with? I said, I had to go to my dictionary. Like, I had a Bible.
Halloweth be
Look,
thy name.
I had a Bible. I had to go get a dictionary. I had to go get a Strong Concordance.
Yeah,
I had to go get the Vine's dictionary. I had to get a full translation of this book. Can I get this into a place where I can understand what the hell it's saying?
Right.
Even then, it was too much work, so I had to find other books. That's when I got to the other books, right? A lot of people don't know about the Book of J.
Mm-hmm.
And I went and got that book. And then you got Jubilees, you got the Book of Abraham. I mean, you got the Book of Enoch, you got all kind of books. You got the Catholic.
Yeah.
People need to get the Catholic book, Catholic Bible.
Those are classified as the non-Coptic books, which are called apocryphals.
Right. So, you take that book and then you take the other books and then you will figure out like what is going over here, what's going on over there.
Right.
And then I was trying to figure out how I could read the book without the ETH after the end, the thouist and the thouith, and how can I get a basic understanding of it? And then once you do that, then you can get into a common sense. That's why I talk about the Bible like I talk about it. I talk it in common sense mind. I said, well, shit, Abraham told Lot, you know what I'm saying? Like, our lot is big right now. We getting a lot of money right now. You need to go over there.
Ain't that what the NIV supposed to do?
Yeah, that's what the NIV supposed to do.
Man, the NIV is
actually the King James.
Trash.
The King
I know.
James. The Geneva Bible.
It's trash to me.
The Geneva Bible was supposed to really translate it in our. So they had an edict out that no Bible could come out other than in Latin. You feel me? So you had your boy Martin Luther and Tinsdale, them boys who was being radical. That the Protestants, them boys being radical. They started converting the Bible into different languages.
Yeah.
Well, it's their books. Their books is the only books that be like Ardith and Thou and
but see, that's what you call old Shakespearean language.
Right.
Remember now, Shakespeare was the one who really put the first. They gave him the story and tell him write this story for us because he was major. So that they will tell you that the Bible is written in old Shakespearean language.
Right.
Yeah.
They called it old something else until people started asking questions. Then they came out with the
Yeah,
Shakespearean.
that's a bastardized form of English.
Right. So what they was trying to do is they was trying to take it out of the Latin and putting it into their shit and trying to change it, but yet they still had Latin ties. So that's why the edict was put out like, nah. So that's why you ain't see books started getting created in different languages until after the Gutenberg press, because now they got control over it, over what's getting printed out. And remember, also at this time, not your ordinary people could read the Bible or have the Bible in their possessions. They had to come to the synagogue. They had to come to the church or whatever like that in order to hear the word. They could not read. They couldn't even read. Matter of fact, fuck all that. I was about to say they couldn't read the Bible, but they couldn't read at this time. So not alone read the Bible. You see what I'm saying? So everything that they grew up learning, dog, was all taught to them from words.
Yeah, and that's a good segue back to what you was talking about initially about the King Henry, King James, and all these people, what they was doing. In my research and how I'm studying, the whole religious text of things, is that King James at that point in time was trying to figure out how he can write his family into the bloodline. All these people, when I would read that thing front and back, brothers, these people are remixing this shit to write themselves in the bloodline.
That's what he did in the King James Bible.
That's
He tied
exactly
himself
what he did.
to that royal bloodline.
That's exactly what he did.
Yes,
Now
he did.
he could have been related, but was he that descendant?
And the crazy shit is, King James was actually the mix between the Tudors and the Stuarts.
Right.
He brought the two families together when he was born.
Right.
So he definitely was writing himself into history, because shit, he got both sides in him.
This is where we can plant. This is where we could plant our feet on the ground and not deal with the spook in the sky, because what he was actually doing at that time was he was manipulating the thing. That's what this is the key thing about the New Testament, because when you look at those 12 apostles and the names within those, they have similarities, but even in those stories, they was actually taking some of these some of what they would say that Jesus was talking about, and they was remixing it, and they was taking it and making their own books and taking it somewhere else. This is the whole thing about Josephus. You know what I'm saying? Because
Josephus.
Yeah, Josephus. Yeah.
Josephus. All right, okay. I'm just making sure we're talking about the same people, same motherfucker spelling.
Same people, right? Because when I did my research, Josephus was Paul. He just changed his name. And he had published. Yeah, he had published. Remember when Paul? He had supposedly went to Rome, published his own book, and started proselytizing to them.
Mm-hmm. Until he got locked up.
Until he locked up and got his head cut off.
Right.
And same thing with John. All these people was taking studies. It's like all these people was going to a university and then taking the information and then creating their own ideology off that shit, like Lutheran, Catholicism, Protestantism, Methodist, all these different things, Anabaptists, all these Baptists, all these different things. What they was doing, they was taking the one thing, and you still doing it. You see it today, where they're taking a scripture or one thing that was said, and they creating a whole goddamn ideology in a religion based on that one scripture, that one verse.
The whole Protestant movement was that, they were saying they was going against the Catholic Church, the Holy Roman Church, because they were saying the Holy Roman Church wasn't living by the Bible the right way.
Exactly.
So that's why they started, Protestant, and it was a dude before Martin Luther. I can't think of his name right now, but It was a dude before Martin Luther that actually started the Protestant movement, which means the protest. He started that shit, and Martin Luther took it farther, and then Tinsdale, who man, this motherfucker ended up starting colleges, man. I want to say Harvard.
Bingo.
You know what I'm saying? I want to say
bingo.
Yeah. So
Bingo.
Tinsdale.
That's just all I'm saying. One person can say this is a form of radicalism. This is what they call radicalism. And you can even go further back and go to Machiavelli. You know what I'm saying?
Correct.
Where they were going to the masses and saying, "Oh well, you know, this heretic type conversation. Then we could take this little piece, and then we could take this, and we're gonna run with it over here, and we gonna Jim Jones this shit." You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah.
And
So
that's
yeah.
all that
You're on point.
Yeah, I know, Aton. That's all the hell they had know, boy. You know what I mean? Hey, you know them boys was wicked over there. If you done hire a group and help this group become powerful, to help you put you in power, and then you turn on this group and try to massacre all of them boys on St. Valentine's Day. I'm talking about the Knights Templars.
Right.
Whoa. Come on now. You got these boys protecting Islamic people and protecting Christian people on the road. And now they gain, a reputation for protecting people, plus going to war for you. Some of your best fighters. Now they done put you in power to where you in the king's favor, and now you see you got control of the king. Now you convince the king to hunt them down and kill them. That's crazy work, bro.
Now, okay, before I ask this question, because that's going to kind of move us into a different direction, because I was going to ask you a question, but let me get to this point, right?
Mm-hmm. Can't talk about
I want to stay on what you was talking about when I jumped up here, because if you're talking about Calvinism, Lutheranism, all these things that was going on at that time, that thing played a major role in eugenics, right? And the out of Africa theory and the what do you call it?
Inter-African theory.
Well, yeah, the
vice versa.
What do you call, like, what do they call? I'm on some late night shit. Don't trip. But you got the Negroid.
Australoid, like the skulls that I had up.
Right.
The Australoid, Melanesian. I got you. Negroid and Australoid and all that shit there. Go ahead, bro.
Exactly. So that all that plays into effect with Calvinism and so on and so forth, and the lesser than and eugenics. All that stuff plays in the same fashion of what you presenting on the skulls, how they was actually presented. But a lot of people don't know all them skulls originated in one place. Where is that place that originated from? Because everybody in all these different, whether you agree or not, a lot of people, even before these brothers started putting it up here, a lot of pale skins had already said that all of these different skulls and all these different aspects of people originated in America. This is what they're saying.
Now, if you want to go by the dating that they're using, I will agree, because we know the oldest people. I would agree with you with that, bro. Okay. I'm with you. Go ahead.
We could build on that one later, because I got a whole thing about that goddamn man. I went and did a whole research on that Edamon online.
Yeah.
I did a whole research on them. I was like, I'll be damned.
Mm-hmm.
Like everything that we read, I'll be brief about this shit. Everything that we're reading from the internet pretty much starts in the 1500s. It don't even go past that.
Big fact. Especially when you're talking about North America, bro. Especially when you're talking about North America.
And I'm glad you said that, because even the Encyclopedia of American Contribution to the World that we like to use.
Yes.
everything stops in the 1500s. When it gets past the 1500s, when they mention certain things in that encyclopedia, it says pre-Columbia or pre-contact. So that means that there's no date for that.
There's no date, so they can't put no date on it. So that can be in time immemorial.
So everything that is being put up in this motherfucker OTK and Trim is everything that is coming from.
It's from the date of 1400s, bro.
Bingo, Columbian, what they would consider the Columbus contact.
Correct. That's why I always ask. That's why I keep asking that question, Aton. Did anybody find anybody writing, not in no theory mode, did anybody find anybody writing about the Americas before the 1400s?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, and I'm asking, man, I'm not being no asshole, but I'm just
no, it ain't
asking.
being an asshole. Absolutely not. I just answered your question. So take the asshole somewhere else. You just asked a question. I just answered it. No, you can't find it.
You can't, man. I'm not saying we can't, but I done seen all the theories about the people who supposedly came over here before the 1400s and all of that. I heard all those theories. Those are theories. I'm talking about somebody who literally came over here and documented that shit and documented the tribes. Because if somebody came over here, dog, they would have been undocumented the people. Why everybody that came over here never documented the people that they seen?
The only one they could reference the only one they could reference that I give credit to or credibility is James Adair.
Yeah.
I give him credit because that was a brother.
I got his book.
I'll give him credit. He said, I actually sat amongst them. We did this and did that, so on and so forth. Yeah, this is how they get down.
Yeah, and this motherfucker literally documented them. That's the book I'm about to start reading. He literally documented the meetings.
Thank you.
And
who else can do
all that shit like that? Name the chiefs, name how they was acting, and you know what I'm saying? And dog, the way that he was writing, these fucking chiefs was speaking English like a motherfucker.
And he mentioned about translation, that he was talking about so-called Hebrews that was coming over there from across the pond, that was coming over here, being able to translate and communicate with them in that language. So he's pretty much saying that, like, the people here spoke multiple languages, sign language, all different types of things.
Now, I'm glad you said that. Now, I was about to say, I think that these Hebrews might have been communicating with them with sign language. And the reason why I say that, because we got to understand, DeSoto got taught sign language. He took it back to his deaf son. He taught his deaf son sign language. This was the creation of sign language school over there in the Iberian Peninsula. And now, before then, people who was deaf, they just fall by the wayside of life. They ain't nothing. They considered not nothing. But after they came out with that sign language, they became able to be fitting in with society.
But wasn't English a trade language though? And you couldn't trade unless you spoke or had
a trade language. So now you got to ask yourself, who was everybody doing trade with?
Each other. Everybody was trading with everybody.
Listen to my question, Timmy.
Okay.
Who was everybody coming to do trade with, bro?
They was coming to trade with who they called the American Indian.
Okay, then. So if English is a trade language, but they only coming to trade with us because they need what we got. We don't need a motherfucking thing they got, to tell you the truth.
Right.
Be for real. We started getting their guns and shit because, you know, Raider Indian, other Indian chieftains and shit like that, which was detrimental to our health by taking them. But some motherfuckers built up with their guns to say, you know what, in case these motherfuckers turn on us, we got guns and we prepared too. So shout out to them American Indians who bought the guns, got the guns, and then turned on them motherfuckers. You know.
And then learned how to make them.
But yeah, so if American English is a trade language, and they only coming over here to do trade, what language are they speaking over there? Latin, French, Spanish, British. They speaking all kind of different language. But when they come over here, we got one common language, and that is what? American English.
Right.
So in order for it to be a trade language, dog, it got to come from the home of the trade. Because you got to communicate with us. We don't need to communicate with y'all.
Right. And we needed to communicate with our other tribes that didn't speak, the same language. We was multilingual.
Yeah, we had multi languages, dog, multi dialects.
Yeah, but the common one was English.
Definitely. American English all day, every day. Definitely.
Yeah.
I love to put that American in front, man, because I think that's the universal term for all of us. If people don't like the Aboriginal, people don't like the Indian, you know what I mean? I think American. You know what I mean?
I hate that they call it that because, the real name of it is not American English, it's English.
Yeah,
and
so
not
Anglo. So Tim, if that's the case, because anybody that goes against us is going to say English came from pale skin.
Nope, it's not from Anglo, it's from Angles.
But this is what they're saying. So what if let's just say, I'm gonna say it came from pale skins. Prove to me that it actually came from the people here in America. What would be your response?
My response would be we were speaking it over here before they were speaking it over there. So how would it come from over there?
That's not good enough. I'm trolling right now. I'm just gonna be the troll. I'm a be that.
Go ahead.
Prove that shit, Tim, man. You talking that bullshit, man. Prove that shit to me. I don't believe it.
Look at their older books and see what languages they was written in.
Man, that shit came from white people, boy.
See somebody like that, I'm not the one to teach them. If they that ignorant, I probably wouldn't be able to get through to them.
There you go. I mean, might as well, put it down. All right, man.
If they not researching.
Yeah, exactly.
It's kind of hard to, they don't want to, them people don't want to know, and they don't want to learn or understand.
Right.
Now, Eitan, to agree with you on that note, we wouldn't calling it American English. That is the title that they put on it now.
Right.
But when we see our writings and we see that these names still exist to the day, these rivers, these towns still exist to the day, these towns are written in English, American English. So how can a town be called Connecticut and that's American Indian, but yet you saying that they wrote that?
Yeah, I mean, but white people did that.
But the name Connecticut is American Indian.
I'm still trolling. No, white people did that shit, man.
You got to show me that Connecticut is not American Indian.
You got to show me that a goddamn nigga that was over here writing some goddamn language, and they wasn't doing nothing but scraping knuckles and on a goddamn slave ship. You got to prove that shit to me. I don't believe it.
Nah, we wasn't on no slave ship. We was on a war captain ship. We was never on no slave ship. But I don't know nothing about no scraping knuckles.
A person could pull up.
I'm done trolling. I'm not a good troll.
Hold on, troll. Hold on, troll.
That nigga start laughing in the middle of trolling and shit.
Yeah, I can't do it no more, man.
You can tell a troll to pull up the Annuals of America and read.
Yeah. That's a good one. Yeah, they gonna run
because if they look through the Annuals of America believing that, then they're gonna have some problems. because the Annuals of America clearly spoke of copper colored, dark skin, swarthy.
Chestnut, motherfucker.
It's all there.
Indian red, god damn it.
Yeah.
And they had several annuals too.
Show me an Indian red in Hindustan or Bharat. Show me an Indian red out there. Come on. They gotta stop with this nonsense. Hey, but check it. Hey, that was a good conversation, man. Damn, that was a good conversation. You know what I mean? I always like to build on religion, man, but I like to build on religion without the argument. Like, let's build on it, man. You know what I mean? You know, because like I said, it's some parts of the book that's real, but it's some parts that's allegory. So you got to look at that. AME pastor, female pastor, told me, she said, baby, it's just basic instructions before leaving Earth. When I was 17, she told me this. That's what the Bible meant. Bible. Basic instructions before leaving Earth. You choose to live a Christian life, follow this book right here.
Yeah, and
she was saying to me, bro. But see, the normal person wouldn't get that concept. I didn't get it at 17. I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't get it then. You know what I mean? I say, God damn shit, I got to read this motherfucker more. I fuck around and, you know, get into something today. I got to read the book and be like, damn, what part of the book is that? Let me, you know what I mean? At 17, 18, I'm like, shit, I'm trying to find my story in this book. You know what I mean? But go ahead, Eitan.
yeah, I mean, that's all true. But a lot of people, they look at it as this is. I mean, at this point in time, people look at that Bible like it's something they need to run from. And
no,
I tell people embrace it all, and be all right with it. You know, because if you really know how to study that thing, and then you're able to cross reference, and you'll gravitate to all these other type of books, and it'll make what you think the most complex book simple, because you'll understand the language of what they're actually saying. I mean, you'll learn every aspect of the whole earth in that book if you actually
and what's crazy, dog, coming from the eyes of the, if you want to say this, the colonizers.
Right, the colonizers.
Because this is the beginning of their history, y'all. This is where their history begins at. If you notice, the history starts with Noah, the flood. Boom. He lands in Mount Ararat, Turkey. Boom. They go off. Motherfucker, later on, they you know what I mean? Motherfucker have Ham, Shem, and Japheth. One goes in Europe, one is in Asia, Eurasia. One goes to fucking Africa, and one stays in the Persia area. Okay, they just trying to show you that this is their out of Europe story. Trying to say that they're superior because they're the creators of all races. People don't understand that what that Ham, Shem, and Japheth story is, dog. That boat landed on Mount Ararat. Man, that is Caucasus Mountains. So they're saying the first person was white. That motherfucker has Shem, Ham, and Japheth with him, man. Ham is the progenitors of the blacks. Japheth, this motherfucker had 3 discolored kids. You know what I mean? 3 different type of nationality of kids. But that's the allegory of the story. The main part of the story is the same, dog. Yeah, we came out of Europe, dog, and we populated all these motherfuckers. We made all of y'all.
And I will add on and say this.
And that's crazy. That's what we read in it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would just add on and say that what I looked at, and this was something that really caught my eye, and I'm seeing it today. is that over the last, I would say, 100 years, that the people that are actually not a part of that prime group have been fighting to get over here into that land of milk and honey and remixing books and ideologies and narratives and scripts and movies and history in order to place themselves in the place or with the place or integrate themselves into the what we would consider to be the chosen people.
The debate becomes who is the cursed seed, the Hamites or the Canaanites?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So in order to do that,
And they
they
can
had
write their
to,
own history once they come here, Anton. They can write
yeah,
their own history, coach.
exactly. And then they had to figure out a way to make the language so ambiguous to where it becomes compound and people don't know left or right or what actually these words mean. And shout out to all of y'all. You know what I'm saying? So that's just the whole thing. You know, back in the day we called it tricknology, right? You familiar with that?
Fucking right. Tricking niggonometry.
Right. So
Thanks.
in order to what we call reverse engineer the whole thing, they can actually put themselves in history when they
Reverse
really didn't have none.
right.
And then they can turn us into lesser thans where we have no history, no name, no family, no genealogy, no nothing.
Nothing.
And they did a good job.
They did a damn good job, bro.
Shout out to them.
They say, hey, Fleur, drop a bomb, man.
Drop a job, man. Drop a major bomb and shit for
Drop
them.
another bomb.
They did a hell of a job on this motherfucker. Yeah, they did the job. They did a real good job. Now we sit there trying to scramble. Yeah, we sit there scrambling, trying to get back into place. But I'm a
you gotta identify the corporate first.
look. I got man. I sent the thing out. I'm about to put the link. My sister Jessica in Chicago. She got a nice little video out. She talking about what's going on in Chicago. She's talking that real shit. And you know what I'm saying? Man, stomp down. Tell you, that's my mouthpiece.
Shit in the
She
chat.
get busy. Yeah, Jessica Jackson. You know, that's that sister you see talking that big shit in Chicago. Yeah, that's my girl.
Okay.
And that's my sister. And you know, at the end of the day, you know, she talks about that one thing. Like, you know, you had that influx of flood of people coming up here in America. And when they coming up in America right here, they telling us that they better than us, but they right here where we at, and they want to live where we at, and they want to take what we got, and then at the same time they want to tell us what we not. Man, fuck all that. Man, I'm telling you, man, she had me so gassed, man. She got me gassed up, OTK. Look, she got me so gassed up today, man. I'm telling you, I love sisters like that. Like you talk about a real one. I'm gonna put that link. Hold on, let me put the link in the back. If I can actually get it in the back chat. But yeah, I'm telling you.
Hey man, this
we gonna blast. We gotta
man.
blast this out, OTK. We got hey Tim. We gotta blast this out, man. It's just a A1, like for real, like real one.
You need to share that motherfucker
Like
out.
she not scared of shit.
You need
Like
to share that shit out on the community.
she got me feeling, you know, a different type of way. She was like, yeah, don't worry about it. I got you. Like she actually making it pop. Okay, it ain't happening. Man, you sent me an email. What
You need to put that
put your email in the back, OTK. Let me send it to you in the email. It won't let me put it in the back. Because I know you sent me an email way back, but I don't know what it was. Put your email back there. I'm gonna put that in there. Hey, brother Tim, put your email back there too. You need to see it too.
Okay.
Because you know what I'm saying? Like she really on her shit. And I want y'all to like really embrace this sister, man, because she out there on the front line. Like
Yeah,
she really on the front line.
I grew up in the shy, so I'm all down for that.
Yeah, she really with it on the front line, man. And, I gotta promote this sister. Okay, I got you.
It's in the back.
Okay.
Hey, so check this out, y'all. Hey, let me put this in. Let me get y'all to read this real quick. We're gonna read this real quick. All right. This might be a little heavy, but it's not heavy to me. But it might be heavy to other people. But I showed it before. But I want to know y'all two brothers' opinion when y'all read this. Okay. Here we go. Y'all see this?
Yeah.
All right. So it's a Creole version A. All right. So one of y'all want to go ahead and read that, man, so y'all can get an understanding of it. I didn't read it multiple times, but and tell me what y'all think of it as y'all read. Go ahead, Tim, if you want to, or Aton. It's up to you.
Yeah, give me a minute. I'm just copy and pasting these things in there.
I'll read it. Garcilaso de la Vega, the Inca, writing in early 1600, tells us the name was invented by the Negroes. They use it to mean a Negro born in the Indies, and
All
they
right,
devised it. Okay,
hold on. So we're looking at Creole, right?
right.
You see the fruit of the leaf. You see a Creole.
Mhm.
You see the version. Now there's Garcia. This Garcia Lasso de la Vega, the Inca. Now they call him an Inca now, but he got a Spanish type or French name now. But they call him the
Right.
Inca. He was writing in the 1600. Tell us the name was invented by the Negroes. All right. That didn't catch your mind right there, but go ahead, keep on reading.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Go ahead, keep
They
on
use
reading.
it to mean a Negro born in the Indies, and they devise it to distinguish those who come from the side and were born in Guinea from those born in the New World. Now that's mind blowing right there. The Spanish copied them by introducing this word to describe those born in the New World, and in this way, both Spaniard and Guinea Negroes are called Criollo if they were born in the New World.
Huh?
Criollo.
Hold up. A Spaniard and a Guinea?
Yep. Spaniards and Guinea Negroes are called Criollo if they're born in the New World.
You still here with us too, Aton?
So Criollo is another word for nigga.
Yeah. It's another word for Creole.
Hold on,
Yeah.
let me read it. Let me read it too.
Yeah, you gotta read it for yourself in order to understand it. Cause man, it took me like 10 times to read this shit. Go ahead.
Garcilaso de la Vega, the Inca, writing in the early 1600s, tells us. I don't know what that's saying in red.
The name was invented by the Negroes.
Okay, the name was invented by the Negroes. They use it to mean a Negro born in the Indies, and they devised it to distinguish those who come from this side and were born in Guinea from those born in the New World. Hold on, let me read that again. They use it to mean a Negro born in the Indies, and they devised it distinguish those who come from this side and were born in Guinea from those born in the New World.
From transatlantic Negroes, basically.
Yeah, the Spanish by introducing this world to refer to the describe those born in the New World, and this way both Spaniards and Guinea Negroes are called Creole
Creola.
if they were born in the New World.
So why they start calling crayons Crayola?
Hey, hey, Aton, I know you did. They say the name was created that was invented by the Negroes.
Man, I gotta.
To distinguish the Negroes over here from Negroes over there.
Hey, so now we got to find out, well, who is the Negroes? They
We
use
know who the Negroes was if you need distinguishing from them.
Hey, look, look, man, I'm past my goddamn bedtime. That's a good place to leave it at for me. I'm about to read. I'm about to. Yeah. You stumped me right there. Okay, you got more.
Yeah, I got more.
Yeah, I was about to take it. Yeah, I was. That was a knockout right there. I said, man, let me go to bed on that one.
I got
Go ahead.
one. Yeah, I got one, man. Let me see if I can make it. Damn.
Shit, I'm about to get in trouble. I'm in trouble already.
Recent scholarship determined that this Spanish adoption of black usage dates from 1560, before which time the word Creole applied exclusively to Negroes. Man, let me stop this shit, man. Let me take this shit.
Hold on. Where you going?
Let me take that shit down, man. I ain't about to get you in trouble, Aton.
Oh man, I'm done reading. Hold on, one more time, real quick.
Bring it back.
Yeah, one more time.
Bring it back.
I didn't catch the last. Like you was reading, but I was reading.
You know, it take a couple times for that to register for real.
Exactly. You can't. Yeah, you just highway robbery. Right? Highway robbery.
Hey, listen, your boy.
That shit got on. Like, hold on, bring it back, man.
Boy got. Hey man, your boy got gems for
waiting.
days,
I
man.
am
You know
waiting.
what I'm talking about.
I'm waiting. There you go.
There you go.
All right, let me read.
Blow it up so you can read it.
Yeah. Blow it up. Just
start. Go ahead and start from the beginning, man.
Yeah,
if I blow it up some more, you ain't gonna be able to see all the way down at the bottom for some reason.
Okay.
Yeah, you ain't gonna be able to see all the way down at the bottom for some reason.
Okay, that's good.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's good. Go ahead, scroll down a little bit.
See, that's the thing, man. It's a screen shot.
Okay, that's
it ain't
right there.
Down.
You only need to read the bottom, so you scroll down.
Yeah, it was good. Where you at? Okay, so recent scholarship has determined that the Spanish adoption of black usage dates from 1560s, for which time the word Creole applied exclusively to. Oh, okay. All right, go ahead. Scroll up some more.
And they say, "Oh, okay, okay." That's the rest of it. Later practice in the Spanish Empire seems to have been variable, with most South American Creoles eventually fixing on purity of white blood as a mark of their kind, while in other areas, particularly the Caribbean islands, the distinction continued to apply to all those indigenous to the religious, regardless of race.
Indigenous to the religious.
Right.
Indigenous to the religious.
Right. In the other parts of the Caribbean islands. So they letting you know. So I didn't know that Dominican at one point meant like a person who was holy or without out. They was coming to these Caribbean islands and shit like that and preaching at their churches.
Indigenous to the
Yeah.
religious.
That is
That's
crazy.
small hattish.
Right. Regardless of race.
That's the
So now,
small hat.
so now they telling you that they calling people this also because of their religious belief and not just because of their race. Or because of where they born at.
Right. Yeah.
So let me ask you this, Aton. You ever seen Creole at this form right here, bro?
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about like you have you ever seen it like somebody showing you something like this right here?
Now, this the first time my son Creole broke down like that.
No.
Me personally.
No.
Okay.
No, but
read that first part again. That first two paragraphs is a motherfucker. Them first two paragraphs is a motherfucker to me. Though.
Yeah, but yeah, I would say that, and I've been forthright with that. You know, my pops from Evangeline Parish, Mamou, St. Landry, Louisiana.
Okay.
He know about all that.
Right. So once you hit parish, you know some kind of French involved because the French had parishes, not colonies.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So we know a lot about some of those things, and even in that his mom's family, there were some Spanish speaking people in there too.
Mm-hmm.
You know, went all the way back. You check. I did my genealogy on all of them. You know what I'm saying? Did my genealogy on all my parents and they people. It's quite interesting.
So let me ask you this though, Aton, and this real talk, bro. Fucking Mexico is connected to California, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas. You know what I mean, and so forth. We all know that before they come and start putting border lines up, that these people been roaming these lands and intermixing and trading, bro, way before they came.
Right.
So so is it fair to say that it's still some of the real blood there in Mexico, or do you think all the real blood came into North America?
No, they're there.
That's something different that's there now. That's mixed with some of the old blood, but it's mixed up. Do you think that the 100%ers pretty much they came up into North America per se?
No, they're still there.
Okay.
I've done, you know, being in Southern, you know, I was in LA since '95 before I came back to Sac, and I dealt with a lot of Chicanos. You know what I'm saying? A lot of them, talk to them because they think they Aztecs. They think they Mayans. They make a great connection to them, right? They have Olmec statues within their whole little circumference. But you know, I had some conversation with them. But at the end of the day, they know that they're still. If you get the right one, like I got the right ones, yeah, they still there. They ain't left.
They're not as pure though because they mix with a lot more African slaves.
They're pure, Tim. No, they're pure. They're pure, and they'll tell you that they're pure. The ones that we would consider to be Chicanos and these Chinos and all that shit, they say they still here. You know what they call them? They call them Morenos. That's what they call them in their language. They call them Morenos.
Would they know if they mix with some African slaves though?
There. They're still there, brother.
I believe that, but I mean, like, would they even know if they was mixed with some African slaves?
Man, they don't even have that conversation.
Mm-hmm.
They know who they are. They know they indigenous. Yeah.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. You just won't see them.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm telling you, they fine as man. The best place to go where you will actually see it is Colombia, Honduras, Panama, Cuba. When you see them out there, man, them sisters. I mean, I was like, I'd be damn. I thought I was looking at my cousin or something. Like, these are sisters out there. Like real talk. Don't speak a lick of English. Them is the main places where you will actually see them. But even Brazil, El Salvador, Venezuela, the Virgin Islands, St. Thomas, St. Croix, a lot of places that they don't like to talk about. Them is the places where you will find them. They right there. They just being suppressed. It's everywhere.
And let me trip y'all out real quick. Let me show y'all this right here real quick. I stay on some crazy shit, man. So check it. This shit here right here said African explorers in America. Ladinos. I did a bill on the Ladinos. Your Sephardic Jews and shit. Ladinos were free and hold up. Can y'all see this? Or do I need to make it a little bigger?
Make it a little bigger.
I bet. So this is called AP African Studies. African explorers in the America. Let's see what they say. Ladinos. Who and what are Ladinos? Ladinos were free and enslaved Africans familiar with Iberian from the Iberian Peninsula culture that journey. Oh, come on, stop that. What is you doing? Hold on, I gotta make it smaller real quick so I can exit out of this. And with the X at. Oh, they making me log in. That's fuckery.
Yeah, they making you log in on that.
Oh man. I thought my subscription was already there.
Now, let me give you an example, right? Now, you can use this against me later if you want, OTK. I'm gonna give you the opportunity. I'm gonna give you the opportunity to use this against me later, right? My dad's mom, right? My dad's mom is a Ladino.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when I traced her genealogy, her people never touched Africa.
That Latino don't necessarily mean African. It really means more of it's more like of a belief. I think it's more of a religious form because I see that they're Sephardic Jews, they're Moors, they're Sephardic Jews, French Huguenots, they converso. But
that's what I wanted to say, right? Because
in other words, they're practicing Judaism, which is the original before it split off into Christianity and Islam.
Here's the kicker. When I traced her genealogy, and it went so many different ways. Like there was Spanish, there was French, there was Portuguese, there was Andalusia. I found
Al-Andalusia.
I found tombstones, right? Yes. I found tombstones of what you would consider to be niggas, like with swords, like major people, right? I found Ponce de Leon in her bloodline.
Okay, so your people's in my part of the Knights Templars.
I found mayors, right, in Mexico, right, New Spain, right, New all that shit, right, blah 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 blah. But they came in different directions, right. The bulk of them came through Canada into Louisiana. The other ones came around the other side and ended up in Florida. The other ones came around and ended up in Mexico on the west side.
So your Portuguese would have came in through the backside of Mexico. Your Spanish would have came in the Caribbean and through by Florida way, and the French would have came through by Canada.
Right, because she spoke French.
Yeah.
Now
that's their trail. That's their trail. Now, see, the Portuguese never came into North America. They only really did that. They did like Brazil because they was able to go inland because of their complexion. Their life expectancy was not like the Spanish and nobody else. They life expectancy once they hit soil, dog, once the air, a year and a half.
Right. When I found the connection, all of the people that came over here married Indian women. All of them. Like all the men, because it was the men, all of the men married Indian women. Now, there was only 3 locations, like I said, Canada, Louisiana, Florida, Mexico. That was it. Now, all these people, when you go all the way back and you get back into what you consider to be that Moorish Empire, they was all together. So Portuguese, French, Spanish, all that different type of shit, they was all the same people. It all went back to one people.
Yeah, they definitely was part of the Moorish Empire. Yes, the Huguenots and the French Huguenots and the Sephardic Jews was definitely part of it. That's big fact. They definitely was part of it. They was the last ones to get expelled out of the Iberian Peninsula. You know what I'm saying? Word.
But check this out. Here's the kicker, right? I'm just leading you up to this. In the 1940 census, she was labeled a Negro. Now, when my grandfather, you know what his status was?
Where?
White.
He had that bread.
Exactly. But no. No, my grandfather's a nigga.
He was an honorary white.
Yeah, honorary. Hey, that's what we read tonight. You must have missed that. Aton, you gotta go back to the beginning, dog, of the show. No,
I know. That's why I'm trying to tie it in. I'm gonna let you know I caught the basis of what y'all was talking about. I didn't catch it from the beginning, but what y'all was talking about, you know, I like to stay on topic. I'm gonna bring it all the way back. You know, I do that weed good too, man. I like that weed. You know what I'm saying? I bring it all back. You know what I'm saying? But
they say William Ellison grandson was in the 1st Infantry of the Carolina Artillery, right? He fucked around and got wounded. But because of his dad is Ellison family bloodline, although he was black, he served in Boykin and fucking Gilliard company captains. And although they knew he was black, they labeled his status was honorary white.
Look, let me tell you something.
That shit crazy.
So look, let me tell you something. Now, look, let me share something to you. Let me share something with you. The 1930 census, right? He was black. the 1950 census, after the 41, he was black. That's what I'm. You gotta let me get there. I'm just saying.
So,
Now, the story that I was told was that, you know, my grandmother was disowned by marrying this man, this nigga. He was actually somebody that they didn't want. But when you trace his bloodline, right? You know what I'm saying? He don't leave America. And that's the key, right? So that's just what I want to throw out there. Like, I just, you know, me, I don't care. I ain't trying to be the extra American that nigga that people want to say. Look, I'm trying to find the traitor.
right.
That's my research. I'm trying to find the traitor. Was there a traitor in my family?
Classified as white?
Yeah, but no. He was classified as white. His wife was classified as a Negro.
So he was
her
classified
brother
at first?
No, her brother, my uncle, my great uncle, was classified as a Negro. And when you look at him, you guys remember Fu Manchu? Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying? It's like a darker Fu Manchu. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you know, but you look at these whole dynamics when I was going through the shit, I'm like, what? Nah, he ain't no white man. But, you know, knowing better. That's just what it is.
Yeah, we just seen that shit just now, man. That, you know what I mean? Hey, when dude created that fucking race shit, that shit was crazy. Like, you know what I mean? You can be classified depending on your fucking your
Hey,
status.
but you said that white was what?
Go ahead,
It's
Tim.
ideal? It's ideal.
An idea. Whiteness was a fucking idea, not a color.
Exactly.
That's what caused the caste system. And it was all because they found the fucking white tribe in Africa.
Hey, man, that's I don't agree with that. I would say that I think
Why you? Whoa!
no, I don't agree with that. No, I don't agree with that. I think here's what I think. Right. I ain't gonna put a stamp on it, OTK. But what I think is the fact that when they came over there, they brought that system over there over into America with them. You know, it's the penal system, the penal shit, all that penal colonies, all that slave, all that shit. That's what they came from, and that's what they built off, and that's what they brought over here. I don't think we live like that. I think they brought that bullshit over here.
Yeah, I agree with that.
They just used the white tribe as the marker.
Yeah, I talk about the white African tribe, though.
I'm with that. I'm with that. Mm-hmm.
You believe that it was a white African tribe too?
Yeah. No, I don't believe that. That's a fact.
Bet, and that's what that.
You ever been to Algeria? You ever seen it? You ever been to Algeria?
No,
you see the Algerians?
Nah, I ain't going nowhere but the Americas, bro.
Man, them Algerians look like what you would consider to be a Mexican. You go to Algeria, yeah, them Algerians, yeah. They look like they look red bone-ish. You know what I'm saying? Look like a cool little red bone. You know, they look like a cool red bone Mexican with thick hair. You know what I'm saying? But their hair red and shit like that. You got the Algerians, you got the in Morocco, you got those places right there. You got a lot of them. It ain't Cameroon or none of them places. We talking about up there where the
you talking about North
Barbary. Yeah, the Barbary people. Yeah, the Barbary people. Yeah, the Barbary people.
Africa. But my dog said they found the white tribe like somewhere in between Rwanda and thing in it. Tim?
Yeah, I forgot what they said. They found it.
But it just wasn't North Africa, bro. I tell you that goddamn much.
No,
it
yeah.
was
I mean,
southern
I get
Africa
that. I
somewhere.
get that. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. Go ahead, Tim.
So do you
So I was just saying it was southern Africa somewhere they found him.
okay? Do you believe in uh 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 uh, uh white Indians that came from Panama?
No,
With blonde hair?
no, no. I can't rock with that.
What about blonde hair Eskimos over North America, like in Canada and the Arctic Islands?
Man, I got a partner from Panama. You look at this dude. This dude got an Olmec head.
Yeah,
He
I'm
got
just
that. He got a straight
saying,
Olmec
I
head.
be all Panamanian people though.
Man, let me tell you something, man. That brother right there, that's straight. His head is Olmecin, and them Panamanians, them type people, nah.
I see. All right, bet.
They want to come from them unless that's the origin of the story of the recessive gene.
Okay. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and pull up these anthropologists or whatever like that, and these anthropologists and all that who really encountered these people, so they say, and I'm gonna pull up their shit and we're gonna dissect their shit. That's what I'm gonna do on the next show, Tim. Remember, we got 3 different people. We got somebody that said he saw a white African tribe right outside of Lake Victoria.
Right.
And you had the motherfucker that said that he saw blonde hair, blue eye Eskimos above North America in the Arctic Islands. And then you got a motherfucker that say he brought white Indians from Panama to the United States. And we got
you got them other ones too that there was the Frenchman and
yep,
the
Dutch.
the Dutchman that were which one was a Negro? Was it the Scottish that was a Negro?
Right. That's another one too. That's another key point we're gonna emphasize on.
And those were Africans that was mentioned in that same article that they didn't say was Negroes.
Correct. I thought see when I brought that little Creole sauce out, I thought I probably could have cleared all up. Like, who is the Negroes calling these people over there? Calling them Creole.
Hey man, I'm about to get up out of here, OTK.
Yeah, me too, man.
Damn, good meeting you, brother.
Yeah, man.
On the next one, good bill. Appreciate y'all. You know what I'm saying? We get it.
Yeah.
Let me know when you do that next bill, OTK.
Yeah, definitely, man. I appreciate y'all too, man. Y'all both gonna close out, say something, man. Go ahead, real quick, Aton.
Man, you know what I'm saying? Leave me alone, OTK. You might learn something fucking with me. I'm out, man. Hey, Tim, man. Hey, blessings, man. Salute. Hey, listen. Hey, we all got good powers. Anybody in the chat listening, we got good powers, man. Don't worry about us, man. We do what we do, man. We have a good time, man. We gonna battle. We gonna bump heads. Man, we all over this motherfucking North America, man. Northeast, South, West, whatever you want to call it. We here, man. We gonna get it in. And we're not gonna run from each other, man. We love each other. At the end of the day, we don't win if we don't have each other, man. That's just what it is. That's what it is.
Big fact.
All right. Tim, come back, man.
Hey,
come on over to the OTK show. And I don't know where you at.
No.
Come over to the OTK. Is this the OTK show?
This is the OTK show.
Man, I've been out having a good time partying, man. I'm gonna come up here. And look, here's the thing, Tim. When they say, hey Tom, he's drunk. I'll be like, I'm off work.
Hey,
I had some drinks.
But then he talk shit to me because I'm out on the weekend.
Tim, let me ask you a question. Tim, let me ask you a question. In my drunkenness, did you not understand anything I was saying?
No,
you see everything.
Was I kind of clear?
I know you.
You was drunk.
Even though
Tim,
you
just look at me when I'm sober.
See,
It's gonna be a mess.
that's when you sound drunk when you sober.
Hey, look. When the sun's up, Tim, boy, I'm a whole different character.
Where
All right, my brother, man. Peace and love, man. All right, y'all. Y'all be easy.
all right, peace,
3
bro.
o'clock
All right.
that nigga, man. That nigga just now ending his night shit. My motherfucking morning about to begin over here on the East Coast. Go ahead, Tim.
Yeah.
This nigga night. This nigga that's going back in the future and shit.
Hey,
You're
my
3
kids
hours
getting up
behind
for school.
us, Cali, man. Shit. Go
Hey,
ahead, Tim, man.
like my partners say, it's only one true American, right?
Right.
Power to the motherfucking people. In the words of Smoke Signal.
You know what I'm talking about. Big facts, man. Hey, man. Hey, shout out to all y'all boys, man. Tim, appreciate you for coming through, bro. You know you always welcome. You know what I'm saying? Definitely good build, good interaction. You know what I'm saying, man? I had some more shit to pull up, but shit, we know what I mean, we got interested in the things that we did show, man, and we got some good builds off of that. So shit, why bring out everything? I thought I was gonna be up here by myself, tell you the truth. So you know what I mean?
Anytime you see me in the chat, you know, just let me know. I'll come on up.
Yeah, shit. Well, you welcome, bro. You welcome. Even if you got something that you want to show or that you want to build on, bro, just let me know.
Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna put my number in the back chat.
I bet, yeah. Let me go ahead and get that. Let me grab my ink pen real quick so I can get that. Once I close that shit over with. Man, shout out to A-Town, man. A-Town came. A-Town was trying to troll from the jump, but he was waiting for us to say something other than no. But when we hit that no at the same time, that fucked him up.
Right.
Like, nah, A-Town. Hell nah, bro.
That universal ancestral no.
Right. Word. Okay, I got it. Yeah, I'll send you a text, you know what I mean, in the set.
Okay.
You know, so you can go ahead and lock it in, man. But yeah, man, appreciate you, man. I hope you and the family have a blessed night, man. You know what I'm saying?
It's morning now. We about to hop to it.
Ain't no shit, right?
We about to get big.
Man, I'm about to get me about 2 hours and I'm right back up.
Hey, peace and love to you, brother. Shout out to the chat. Peace and love to the chat. Hey, we'll do this again another time.
Yep, definitely, man. I like that avatar too.
You know what it is, don't you?
Yeah, you gonna have to break it down to me. I know. I think I know what it is, but I want you, when you come back on, I want you to break it down. But I see all kind of things within that. You know what I'm saying?
It's a simple breakdown. I use it for a conversation piece to let the people know what they up to. You can see what they up to just from the sign. It says it all. But this is the logo from the Delta 18 Squadron of the Space Force.
I was about to say Star Trek.
Space Force.
Okay, Space Force. I see something way different than that.
Yeah. You see all kind of things with it, right?
Yeah, I see a sword. You know what I mean? I see praying hands. You know what I'm saying? I see a star, the northern star, the guiding star. You know what I mean? I can say that the side that's blue, that's water, and the other side that's black. You know what I mean? That can represent day and night. You know what I mean? Yeah, the triangle, you know what I mean? The diamond shape is definitely meaning that you well-rounded without being round. So you know what I mean? You good. Every time you think about something and it always bounce back and come back. So a
Right.
triangle is almost like an energy, but in a bouncing shape. So it's more like learning rather than a circle just keep going round and round. When you got a
Mhm.
pyramid like that, I feel like the information can bounce off of anything. That's why you got that upper and then it drop back down and then come back out
Yeah,
because it's you know what I'm
all
saying?
type of things you can get from it. Is it
Right,
round? Is it flat?
right. Right. But yeah, definitely, man. I definitely see that cross. That cross, and I think that's the northern star at the top, but I think that's a sword, and it almost looked like a head of the Sphinx that the sword is in the middle of.
Yeah, it could be a number of things. It could be the North Star. It could be
That's what I see.
Nibiru.
The star, right? The
It
guidance
could
star,
be the
right?
sun.
Mm,
It could be Venus, Saturn.
mm,
But, for them to have a division that they call in Delta
mhm,
and then the 18, and then they choose this logo.
mm. And those are grid lines, man. That's longitude and latitude too.
Right.
And they got like the pyramid. It's almost like the all-seeing eye with a sword in the middle, bro. This could be the all-seeing eye. The circle with the and the diamond is the eye too. I I I see it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, look at the shape of the face.
Definitely, definitely. It's like somebody got the sword and they got the sword in front of their face, bro. Um, yeah, this is heavy. I like that.
Hmm. All right, I'm gonna leave it right there.
With symbolism too, man. With symbols, I see shapes, and I was always good at math too. You know what I mean? I love math too. But yeah, I was, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm gonna put a channel in the back that I be uploading stuff to. If you like that kind of stuff, like Jordan Maxwell and stuff like that, give me a second. Or I could just put it in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, put it in the whole chat for everybody to see, bro.
Okay,
Yeah.
give me a second. And then I'm gonna log off, go ahead and get ready for my appointments for the day.
Yeah, man. Hey, man, appreciate you. You always welcome, man. You know what I'm talking about. Uh hope you have safe travels on your journeys today. Hope you have a beautiful day. You know what I mean? And just always know, man, nature, long as you in tune with nature, nature will stay in tune with you.
Facts, facts. I'm always in tune with nature.
That's what's up.
Where we at? Here we go. I'm gonna drop it in the chat. I just went ahead and there you go, right there.
Yeah, boom. Lock that in right now. All right. Okay. All right, Tim, man. I catch you on the flip side. You know what I'm talking about, bro?
All right, bro.
All right.
Thank you. Thanks for the love, man. I'll be back
I bet. Appreciate that, man.
for sure.
Hey, man. Appreciate all of y'all for coming through. Damn, I've been on for 5 hours. I say for an hour, but we done been on 5 hours chopping it up, man. Good build or whatever like that. Hey, man. Y'all already know, man. Shout out to everybody out there, man. Oh, damn, I can't even get my, I can't even get that. Damn. Okay. All right, man. Hey, man, shout out to everybody out there, man. You know what I mean? All y'all out there that's doing y'all thing. you know what I mean, and making your way. Hey, listen, get your research up, get your history up, get your study up, so you don't go out there looking like like you don't know what you're talking about when you know what you're talking about. You feel me? So before y'all go into other atmospheres, make sure y'all well studied, man, with what y'all on. And if it's a conversation that y'all ain't too well researching, man, don't engage yourself with that, or just ask questions so you can find out what the other person knows. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that, man. You know what I mean? Self accountability, man. That's what we gonna do. You know what I'm talking about? And man, shout out to all the kick doors who kicked down the door, man, and made it easy for a brother like OTK to come through this thing. I mean, it ain't been easy. I had to work now, but it was way easier than what they probably had to go through. And I know that they went through. You know what I mean? So shout out to all the kick doors, man. You know what I'm talking about? Appreciate y'all. Definitely. All day, every day, man. And y'all already know, man. I hope y'all told somebody that y'all loved them today. And in case ain't nobody tell y'all that they love y'all, just know, man, OTK love y'all. Peace.